Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Good morning, distinguished delegates, excellencies, colleagues, both here present and online, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our first panel discussion entitled From Strategies to Action, Bridging Gaps in Mainstreaming the ASCC Strategic Plan. At last year's inaugural ASCC Forum in Malaysia, we collectively reached an important consensus. We recognized that the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and the ASCC Strategic Plan must not remain aspirational documents. Their success will ultimately be measured by how effectively they are translated into concrete policies, programs, and tangible improvements in the lives of our people. The first forum also emphasized several enabling conditions for success: stronger whole-of-community partnerships, clearer cross-pillar responsibilities, robust coordination mechanisms, improved monitoring systems, adequate resources, and better communication of ASEAN's priorities to national and local stakeholders. Now that the implementation of the ASCC Strategic Plan has commenced, our discussion today naturally builds on that foundation. The question is no longer what we want to achieve, but how we will make it happen. This session will therefore explore how ASEAN member states can more effectively mainstream the ASCC Strategic Plan into national development plans, policies, budgets, and implementation systems. We will also examine the institutional, policy, and coordination challenges that often prevent regional commitments from reaching the communities they are intended to serve. More importantly, we hope to identify practical and forward-looking recommendations on how we can strengthen the roles of SOCA, the ASCC sectoral bodies, national line ministries, and development planning agencies in ensuring that regional priorities are owned, institutionalized, and implemented at the national and local levels. By the end of this session, we aim to generate concrete and action-oriented insights that can inform the development of the mainstreaming strategy for the ASCC Strategic Plan, helping ASEAN to move from shared commitments to shared results. Of course, we are fortunate to have with us an exceptional panel representing national policymakers, ASEAN practitioners, and diplomatic leaders. Allow me to introduce them one by one. Our first panelist is His Excellency Dr. D. Kamboli, Deputy Director General of Policy and Planning, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, Cambodia. He is also the SOCA leader of Cambodia. Dr. Kamboli, may we invite you on stage, please? Our second panelist is His Excellency Imam Makdi, the Secretary General of the Coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Culture, SOCA leader for Indonesia. Dr. Imam currently serves as the Secretary for the Coordinating Ministry of Human Development and Cultural Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, and throughout his career, he has held various strategic positions, including Principal Secretary for BPS Statistics Indonesia, Deputy Chief Statistician for Methodology and Statistical Information, BPS Statistics Indonesia, and Director for Digital Government Policy of the Ministry of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Imam Makdi. Our second panelist is joining us online, Ms. Liu Shulin, Director, International Relations, Ministry of Social and Family Development, Singapore, SOCA Singapore. Ms. Shulin is the Director of the International Relations in the Ministry of Social and Family Development, where she oversees the ministry's international engagements. She also represents MSF at various international meetings, including ASEAN meetings, where she is Singapore's SOCA leader and under the ASCC pillar. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Liu Shulin. And of course, last but not the least, Dr. Hattie Minduk is the counselor in charge of sociocultural affairs at the Permanent Mission of Vietnam to ASEAN. She used to be Vietnam's former SOCA focal point, and she has accompanied the work of the ASEAN, ASCC, and SOCA and served as the focal point and head of delegation of Vietnam on senior official meetings on social welfare, labor, women and children's rights, and migrant workers' rights for over 17 years. Dr. Duc holds a PhD in foreign economic relations and brings substantial prior experience with the International Labor Organization and other development partners. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Hattie Mindo. Okay. So allow me to join our panelists. Okay, so for the panel session, of course, we will first invite Dr. Kambuli to share his intervention.
Thank you, Hannah. Good morning, agency, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, both here and joining us from online. We have diverse participants from different backgrounds, expertise, joining us to also share their thought today, not just this panel discussion, but also the subsequent group discussion to ensure that our recently endorsed ASCC strategic plan will be effectively implemented the way that we did 10 years ago on the implementation of the ASCC Blueprint 2025. I will share with you the Cambodia experience on how to ensure that the current policy and development landscape at the regional, global level, particularly the ASCC strategic plan, can be effectively translated into the implementation at the national level and also the community level to ensure the benefit, the outcomes and the impacts to our people. Before I share this experience, I think we put this in front of us. Hannah is here, Shulin joining us from online, from Singapore, and all our panelists and many people here, I could see the same face. We always put in front of us the question on how to translate the regional global policy framework, such as the ASCC strategic plan, into the local practice. I think we have a lot to learn from our ASCC blueprint implementation. If I remember correctly, we started the midterm review in Dalat, Vietnam, the discussion on the midterm review of the ASCC blueprint. And now we are almost finishing the evaluation, the end-term review of the ASCC blueprint. And the purpose is to identify the lesson learned on the implementation of the blueprint and what lesson that we learn from there. I may not use the word challenge because we have achieved a lot of results on the implementation of the blueprint. And we do have some limitations, so I call it a lesson learned for us to improve the implementation of the current ASCC strategic plan. One of the significant lessons learned is the resource mobilization. That we could see that many sectoral bodies, yesterday discussion presentation also yesterday remark also touch up on the resource mobilization, that many sectoral bodies continue to face financial constraint with the implementation, often depending on external partners. That's one of the lessons that we can learn from the ASCC blueprint. And together with the challenges on the way, such as the COVID-19 pandemic, further reduce the available resources and also delay the resource plan activity. So when we manage to have development partner, external partner, to help implement the activity of the blueprint, we could see that we made a lot of achievement. One example from Cambodia, back in 2022, we managed to achieve the implementation of over 30 actions in the blueprint with the support from our external development partners. One example is the ERIA, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. So this one lesson learned. The second lesson learned is the institutional coordination and monitoring. That's important. While ASEAN priorities are generally aligned with national strategy, they are not always fully integrated into the ministry annual operational plan or monitoring and evaluation system. So to ensure the effective implementation based on both the midterm review that we did since 2020 and the interim review that we are doing now, we could see that we have to identify frequent certain challenges such as staff turnover, limited institutional memory, consistent reporting format across a sectoral body, and the need for stronger communication and coordination mechanism. So based on this lesson learned, I believe ASEAN now has developed and implemented ASCC database monitoring and evaluation system that we launched in Lao PDR during Lao PDR chairmanship in 2024. Yeah, just 2 years ago. What we need to do more is to train the focal point from all sectoral body, from all AMS to use the system. And I believe up to now, our ASEAN Secretariat together with AMS have trained the focal points of all AMS and also all sectoral body under the ASCC on the way how to use the ADME system to ensure we have regular ongoing monitoring and evaluation of the ASCC strategic plan implementation. All those many activities in the blueprint were successfully implemented. There remain a need to move beyond measuring output toward assessing long-term outcome and impact on the people's lives. So this is the one step forward that we should consider for the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. I don't mean that the implementation of the blueprint only at the output level, but we need to make more improvement to ensure that we achieve long-term outcomes and we achieve the impact on the people life, the ASEAN people during the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. Stronger evidence-based monitoring, improve performance indicator, and enhance policy coordination will therefore be essential as ASEAN move toward implementing the new ASCC strategic plan. And this is what we are working on now. We almost finished our result framework. Yeah, only a certain number of indicators to go for the provisionally agreed indicator we have done, and a few more indicators to be discussed and to be finalized, agreed upon before we could wrap up the implementation, the result, ASCC result framework. So, based on this lesson learned, what Cambodia experience to ensure the translation of the policy document framework, the regional global policy document and framework into the local practice. 3 key terms that I would like to emphasize here. Number 1 is policy coherence. Number 2 is action plan alignment. And number 3 is integration. It doesn't mean that only 3 important terms for the effective translation of the implementation of the strategic plan, but these are the observations that I could see from the Cambodia experience based on the lesson that we learned from the blueprint implementation. The current regional and national policy and development landscape demonstrate a high degree of alignment between global, regional, and national development agenda. Over the past year, Cambodia has made significant progress in translating international commitment into national policy and sectoral implementation, particularly through the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Blueprint 2025 and also the Sustainable Development Goal. That is a concrete example from Cambodia that we integrate the entire global commitment, SDG 4, SDG number 4, into the National Education Strategic Plan. Because SDG 4 focus on education, more on education. And we not only make policy coherent, but also integrate and adapt almost the entire SDG 4 into the National Education Strategic Plan, which is to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning for all. So this one example to share to the participants here how we made commitment, how one AMI made a commitment to translate the international regional commitment into the local practice. Allow me to further elaborate on the policy coherence, alignment, and integration that Cambodia did across the 5 characteristics. We haven't implemented ASCC strategic plan yet. So what I share with you are the experience that we implemented the ASCC blueprint. And there are 5 domains characteristic of the ASCC Blueprint 2025: engaging and benefiting the people, inclusiveness, sustainability, resilience, and dynamics. These are the 5 characteristics of the ASCC Blueprint. And how Cambodia translate these 5 characteristics into the local implementation. Number 1, on the people-centered development. Both Cambodian National Development Plan and Sectoral Development Plan has consistently placed people at the center. Successive National Strategic Development Plan has increasingly emphasized poverty reduction, human capital development, and improving people well-being. What really important here is to highlight that references to ASEAN have steadily increased across successive national plans, demonstrating that regional cooperation has become progressively embedded within national policy making rather than remaining an external agenda. So that characteristic number 1. Number 2, on inclusiveness. Cambodia has made substantial effort to ensure that no one is left behind. We identify a wide range of national policies supporting women, children, persons with disability, migrant workers, ethnic minority, other persons, and other vulnerable groups. So these initiatives such as social protection policy, the national policy on youth development, child protection mechanism, multilingual education for indigenous community, and the national aging policy all reflect how regional commitment under the ASCC Blueprint has been translated into concrete national action. On sustainability, the third characteristic of the ASCC Blueprint, Cambodia has significantly strengthened its environmental governance. I would like to highlight the policy coherence between ASEAN environmental priorities and national strategy, including biodiversity conservation, climate change adaptation, sustainable city, green growth, and sustainable consumption and production. National policies such as the National Biodiversity Strategy, Cambodia Climate Change Strategic Plan, Green Growth Roadmap, and Sustainable Development Goal Framework all reinforce ASEAN sustainability agenda. On the resilience, the fourth characteristic, Cambodia has made meaningful progress in building resilience, particularly in disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation. There was strong alignment between ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response Work Program and Cambodia's National Action Plan for Disaster Risk Reduction. Furthermore, Climate Change Action Plan has been developed across multiple ministries, reflecting a whole of government approach to to resilient. So the key term here is the whole of government approach on the alignment and also the integration of the regional commitment into the national action. And last but not least, the dynamic ASEAN community, Cambodia has increasingly focused on preparing its people for future economic and social transformation. National policy promoting entrepreneurship, lifelong learning, technical and vocational education and training, youth development, women economic empowerment, and industrial modernization demonstrate strong alignment with the ASCC objective of creating an innovative, adaptive, and competitive ASEAN community. In conclusion to my intervention, there are 5 important areas for consideration based on the Cambodia experience that the regional and national policy landscape is characterized by strong policy coherence, increasing institutional commitment, and substantial progress in mainstreaming the ASCC Blueprint 2025 into the National Development Plan. So in summary, number 1, I repeat what I said earlier, it is policy coherence. That's important for the successful translation of the regional commitment into national action. Number 2 is to strengthening financing, also resource mobilization. Number 3 is institutional coordination. Number 4, monitoring system, our ADME system recently launched, are on the way now. And the last one, number 5, is the implementation capacity that we need to make sure that this capacity development is ongoing and from time to time, especially for the focal point of the AMS and also the focal point from the sectoral body to ensure that our regional commitment continue to deliver tangible and lasting benefit for the people of ASEAN. I may stop here for my intervention, and thank you again, Hannah, and all our participants here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kamboli, for sharing those challenges on integrating the ASCC, the previous blueprint and also the current strategic plan in the national plans of Cambodia, as well as pointing out the need for coherence, alignment, and integration in our local plans, and also putting premium on the capacity building side and ensuring that the plan moves forward. So before we go to, of course, the open forum, we will first finish all the intervention and presentation of our panelists. So at this point, may I now call on Dr. Imam to present the experience from Indonesia.
Thank you, Bu Hannah. Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates who is attending offline here and online, our fellow panelists, Mr. Kamboli, Ms. Duke, and Ms. Lin from Singapore, who is joining online right now. I'm very honored and very pleased to share Indonesia perspective alongside our colleagues from across ASEAN. Ladies and gentlemen, it is again my honor to join this panel at the second regional forum on the ASCC strategic plan here at ASEAN headquarters in Jakarta. For the theme from strategies to actions is actually really very relevant. ASEAN has very strong visions and frameworks. So in this case, our task is now how to ensure that these commitments are translated into our national policies, our sectoral programs, local government plannings, and also concrete benefits to our people. The ASEAN strategic plan should become practical bridge between ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and our national development priorities and also local priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, in this case that I would like to share our strategy, how we mainstreaming the ACC strategic plan into our national plan. In principle, that regional commitment must be embedded in our existing national development plans, in our national development system. They should not stand alone as separate Asian obligations, but it must be linked with planning, budgeting, implementation, and monitoring and evaluations. So in our case, that means the ACC priorities should be aligned with our long-term national development plan, as well as our national medium-term development plan. In addition, also it must be aligned with the local government plan and local development planning, and also the village planning. Many priorities are already reflected. All strategic goals in ACC strategic plans are reflected in our national medium-term development planning. So in this case, according to our experience on the Asian Blueprint 2025, we built the bridge between ASEAN blueprints and our national development planning. The bridge, what we call, is the National Action Plan for ASEAN agendas. So in this plan contains the commitments. All actions must be carried out by which ministry, by which government institutions, and commitments to be practiced by the local government as well. And this is the mandate that all priorities should be carried out by all stakeholders in Indonesia. We consider that it is not easy since we have central government, we have 38 provincial governments, and also 514 municipality governments to align this national planning up to the local government, as well as aligning those planning to the ACC strategic plan. And the next slides, I would like to mention about challenges, since it is a lot of complexity in the coordinations. We need to see the gap between strategy and implementation, between planning and the execution. And the gap is really real, and it is quite complex within Indonesian experience. The first challenge is about regional autonomy. Every local government determines their priorities. They are mandated to produce the regional plan according to the situation and conditions of the province or municipality levels. So in this case, that some local government may put priority on tourism, for example, Bali, because Bali is well known for tourist attractions. So most of the priorities will regard it to the tourism aspects. But other areas, for example, like remote areas, they may struggle to improve their infrastructure. So those priorities should be addressed by regional local government planning. However, aligning is again much challenging to align our national development plan with the local government plan. And the second challenge is local government fiscal capacity. They are varies from one local areas to another. Some regions have very strong local revenue income, while some others area in remote area, for example, is very limited resources, and development is also very costly. Therefore, mainstreaming should be supported by financing arrangements. There must be such a mechanism how that resource allocation, budget allocation should be delivered from the central government to the local government. And the third challenge is issues on the social and cultural are very, very related to cross-sectoral. One ministry related to the other ministries to do the intervention. For example, like disaster risk reduction, it's not only meant to responsible of the national disaster management body, but also it involves the local governments, it involves the Ministry of Home Affairs, it involves the other ministries like social affairs. So those coordinations become major issue in this case, how that other interventions like social protections, educations, and health also can be provided along with the smooth coordination between ministry and also the community participations. And the next one, how we need to improve the alignments from planning to the implementation. So in this case, we try to combine two approaches. One approach is top-down, and another one is bottom-up. And top-down means the president's mandates has to be very strong on certain priorities. Everybody, every government institution must follow the presidential mandates. So in this case, that in practical now, our coordination become much easier because the president's interventions not only occur at the central government, but also can intervene to the local governments. That means the implementation now is much easier. And in terms of the bottom-up approach, that means we have to encourage community participation. Some mandates already from the president already executed. However, without community participations, it's meaningless. For example, our priority now improving the health condition of the people. The president released the program, what we call free health checkup, to check every citizens of Indonesia about their health conditions. That means participation from the community, participation from each citizen must be encouraged to to ensure that this program will be delivered and make impact. Another thing is how the government should on the side of vulnerable people, vulnerable at-risk community. So in this case, for example, the president has strong mandates to develop what we call sekolah rakyat, public school. Public school, it is different from the other public school. In this case, the public school is meant to people who are at vulnerable situation, people at poor situations. So this is special schools in order to ensure every citizen must go to school. Another thing is about the tuberculosis interventions, stunting interventions. It is also become the priority of the presidents. So it focus more now on the vulnerable people, to the poor people, so that they can improve their life in terms of the educations and also in terms of the health and also social assistance, so that they can improve their ability to survive and also can contribute in the future for the development. And another thing is across those two approaches, we call the enabling and also the supporting layer. The enabling, of course, strengthening the digital transformation, digital government system is required, and also improve the administrative data on populations is also required. Based on the data, we can intervene more precisely, more timely, and more effectively And, and by having the digital transformations, we can include all people that are previously not included in our interventions. Now inclusivity become increased. Transparency of the interventions is increased, and also accountability of the program also increased. And the sharing resources mechanism, especially on the budget allocations, the central government provide the what we call general budget allocation for the local governments to provide the basic services to the people, like health, educations, also the what we call social order. And the central government also provides specific allocation budget for specific local government who are really needed to provide basic services and also other services to the people. So by having this mechanism, we are expecting that the implementations of the ASCC strategic plans, along with our national medium-term development plan, can be carried out smoothly. At the closing, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to deliver three main messages. The first one is that ASEAN priorities should be embedded in national planning, in our budgeting system, as well as the commitments from the central governments to the local governments, ensuring that all resources, continuity, and ownership can be established. And secondly, mainstreaming, I think it should be localized so that the priorities from the ASEAN, priorities from our national development planning is very useful, not only for the central government, but also to the local government, and especially giving impact to the people about their schools, about the health facility, improvement of the condition of villages and community. And the third, implementation must be measured not only by outcome, but the most importantly by, not only by output, but by outcome, measuring the impact. The success of our strategic plan will be determined whether it can improve the life of our people. It can improve the access to the educations, improve the access to the health facilities, social protections, and community resilience is also should be improved. And of course, along with all ASEAN member states, Indonesia will stand ready to work together with the ASEAN member states in order to strengthen the policy coherence, improving the whole of government mechanism within our country, and also improving the local implementations to improve inclusivity and also accountability of the program, so that community participations can be encouraged as well. I think that's all brief explanation about our experience, hoping that this will give beneficial to you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pa Imam. So later in the open forum, maybe we could further discuss about the practical bridge that you mentioned, the National Action Plan for the ASEAN Agenda. So it's good that Pa Imam was able to emphasize the need for the alignment from the long-term plans, the medium-term plans, down to the local plans of the provinces and municipalities to really ensure that we give the needed outcome to the peoples of ASEAN. So maybe we can talk later more about that National Action Agenda. So at this point, I would like to emphasize that both our first panelists were able to deliver their interventions within the 15-minute mark. So we'll go now to our online panelists. Madam Shulin, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Hannah. Can you hear me? It's okay? Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and friends. I'm very happy to be here and to see my friends again, and sorry that I can't be there in person with you. Anyway, allow me to convey the regrets of SOCA Singapore Permanent Secretary Obek Kam, who's unable to join us at the forum today. I'm pleased to convey the remarks for this panel discussion on his behalf. It is a privilege to join the regional forum online and to contribute Singapore's perspective to this important discussion about translating regional frameworks into meaningful national and local action. I want to speak today not just about what has worked, but about the challenges and issues that any country would face when trying to bridge the gap between regional strategy and ground level implementation. By examining why mainstreaming regional plans is inherently challenging. Regional frameworks like the ASCC strategic plan are by design broad and aspirational. They need to be because they must speak to 11 different countries with different governance structures, resource capabilities, and social contexts. By that breadth is precisely what makes mainstreaming difficult, as they require careful adaptation to each country's institutions, priorities, and realities. In Singapore's experience, the gap between regional strategy and national action is rarely a gap of intent. The gap is more often one of translation. In this case, how do we take a regional priority and make it tangible, actionable, and measurable within our national planning cycles, budget processes, and institutional mandates? This is the central challenge that I wish to address today. Singapore is a small, densely populated, urbanized city-state, and in some ways our governance structure and context is unusual within ASEAN. We do not have the same sub-regional complexities as the larger ASEAN member states, but the challenge of mainstreaming is no less real for us. Because the question is always, how do we ensure that regional commitments are not siloed within a single agency or ministry, but embedded as core principles across the whole of government? Our approach has been to anchor regional commitments within existing national planning frameworks rather than creating parallel structures. Singapore engages with ASEAN social and cultural commitments. We look for alignment with our own long-term social compacts. Frameworks such as the Forward Singapore exercise, which was a broad national conversation about the kind of society that we want to build, take into account areas of social policy development like social mobility, mental health, family support, and community resilience. These are themes that resonate deeply within the ASCC strategic plan. The lesson here is that mainstreaming works best when it's not presented as an external obligation, but a reinforcement within what our country is already trying to achieve domestically. Allow me to draw on the work of the Ministry of Social and Family Development, or MSF, where I'm from, as a concrete illustration of how this bridging can happen in practice. MSF's mandate covers some of the most fundamental social concerns that the ASCC strategic plan addresses. This includes family resilience, child protection, support for persons with disabilities, women's development, and social mobility, which includes supporting low-income families and individuals. They are not abstract policy areas, but they are real families navigating real pressures. One area where Singapore has worked hard on is family support and early intervention. MSF has invested significantly in ComCare, ComLink Plus initiatives, and a network of social service officers which bring social assistance closer to communities. More recently, the expansion of the Community Befrienders program and the push to strengthen our family service centers reflect a deliberate shift from reactive, program-based social services towards preventative, community-embedded support. This shift mirrors the ASCC's emphasis on communities and investing upstream. What makes this possible was not just policy intent, but institutional coordination. For example, MSF works closely with our Ministry of Health on mental health and aging, with the Ministry of Education for early childhood and youth development, and with People's Association on community engagement. This interagency architecture is what allows a regional framework's cross-cutting themes to be operationalized without issues falling through the cracks between ministries. The lesson I draw from this is that mainstreaming requires deliberate institutional commitment or the formal or informal and informal mechanisms that allow different agencies to coordinate across shared goals. Without that coordination, even the best designed regional strategy will struggle to find a home at the national level. Based on Singapore's experience, I would like to suggest 3 practical approaches for bridging the gaps in mainstreaming. The first is to invest in translation, not just adoption. Mainstreaming involves identifying which national priorities correspond to which regional commitments and making that mapping explicit. When agencies can see a clear line of sight between what they are already doing and what the regional framework asks for, buy-in follows naturally. The second is to build monitoring and accountability into the process from the start. One of the most common reasons for mainstreaming stalls is that there is no mechanism to track whether this is actually happening. Has found value in using data, whether it's through the annual Singapore Public Service Outcomes Review or sector-specific indicators, to hold ourselves accountable to our shared commitments. For regional frameworks, this means working with ASEAN bodies to develop indicators that are meaningful at the national level, not just at the aggregate regional level. The third is to engage civil societies and communities as trusted partners, not just as recipients of policies. MSF's experience with the Forward Singapore exercise showed that when people are brought into the conversation about social priorities, the resulting policies have stronger legitimacy and are more likely to be sustained over time. We believe that it is a substantive source of policy resilience. Allow me to close with a broader reflection. The ASCC strategic plan is ultimately about building the kind of region that we want to be in, one that is caring, inclusive, resilient, and this is not just about regional aspirations, they are about national ones as well. The gap between strategy and action is real, but not insurmountable. What closes it is not more frameworks or more plans, but the patient, unglamorous work of institutional coordination, honest monitoring, and genuine community partnership. Singapore looks forward to working from our ASEAN neighbours in this forum and to contributing to what we can from our own experience. The challenges we face in social development, such as mental health issues, inequality, and the changing nature of families are remarkably similar. Addressing them calls not only for national action, but for continued collaboration, cooperation, and co-creation across us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Shulin. for sharing the challenges and issues of Singapore on mainstreaming, and also for emphasizing beyond the whole of government approach is also the need for a whole of society approach. You mentioned the engagement of CSOs as well as other partners in ensuring the sustainability of implementing the national plans. So maybe we could discuss further about that CSO and partner engagement in our open forum. So of course, our last presenter, we will hear from the challenges and the experiences of Vietnam.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and very good morning to everyone. Yes, from Vietnam, we just want, can you show the PowerPoint on the screen, please? Together with our three colleagues, and I want to share with you, I think very interesting lesson learned and exercise from Vietnam for the last 10 years. Because you show on the screen, please, my presentation. Because over the last 10 years, Vietnam not only implement in principle the ASEAN 2025 vision, but also we institutionalize it through a master plan for implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. Here we can see, in my presentation I show you, we had the first time the implementation of we call the master plan for developing and implementing the action plan, the plan to implement the objective of the ASEAN Social Cultural Community by 2025. It's the nationwide master plan. And right after the implementation, the adoption by our leaders in 2015 of the ASCC master plan, a blueprint, we call the blueprint 2025, we immediately, right after that, issued the master plan of Vietnam in 10 years for the implementation. And recently, just in January 2026, right after the ASEAN vision and the adoption of the ASCC strategic plan, Vietnam adopted, the Prime Minister of Vietnam adopted the next 10 years of the implementation of the strategic plan for the new period up to 2035. And from that on, we also institutionalize it as the last master plan on the national, on the provinces. We have the 34 provinces now. And on the ministry under the ASCC community need to issue their own action plan. So in the third part, we can see the action plan of my own ministry, my Ministry of Home Affairs. So next slide, please. I show you some very brief point about the master plan. We call the master plan 161. Why? Because the decision of our Prime Minister in 2016, the number of that decision for adoption of this master plan is number 161. So that's why we call the master plan 161, because the number of the decision of the Prime Minister. And with that one, we approving the action, we did it and we implement it in parallel with the ASCC Blueprint 2025. And in the last 10 years, we did also the midterm review in 2020 in line with the midterm review of ASEAN. And in 2025, we did the end-term review, also in parallel with the end-term review of the ASCC Blueprint. And we finished our end-term review report in November 2025. And in parallel with that one, in parallel with the development of the ASCC strategic plan for the new period, Vietnam also developed our own action plan. And it's also interesting for you to share that, for me to share with you that in the first 10 years, from 2016 to 2025, only the ASCC issued its master plan. But in 2026, with the success of the implementation of ASCC blueprint in Vietnam, with the Master Plan 161 are the two pillars in Vietnam, also submitted to our Prime Minister for adoption of the action plan for implementation of their APSC and AEC strategic plan up to 2035. And the format will also follow our ASCC strategic plan. The decision, next slide please. The decision 155, next slide. You can see it. That's the first one, the master plan. We implemented it and also did some midterm review. But you know that for the master plan, every year, all of the provinces, all of the ministry under the ASCC need to report annually to our ministry for the consolidation of the implementation of the 1 year of that year, and then submit it to the Prime Minister for notation and adoption. So it means that we have an annual report, and that will enforce all of the ministry, all of the provinces to implement and to report what they have done during that year. And together with that, we have midterm review 2025 and 2020, and they develop a 5 years work plan. And 2025, we finish it, did the new period. And next slide. On the 20th of January, our Prime Minister adopted the new plan. We don't call the master plan anymore. Requested by the government, we call it the action program for the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan in Vietnam 2026-2025. So this, and now we call it the action program 155 because the decision number is 155. Okay, so now on the abbreviation we call the program 155. Next slide. So the process for development of that 155 program is that we establishment of the steering committee and support team, where we have the steering committee is headed by our Vice Minister and the representative from at the department levels, the DG, DDG of the relevant ASCC ministry in Vietnam will participate as a member of that steering one. And then we have a working group. We have the working group headed by myself, like the editing one, the drafting team that we develop it together with the ministry. And that during the development, we consult, we send the zero draft, we send the first draft, we can send the revised one, nearly revised one, to all of them in written official notes. So all the ministry feedback for officially, not by personal. So they need to agree on the action program. The action program is very easy to go. You go, next slide please. Yeah, I also put here in my presentation the mandates of the steering committee, where we can see that they will review, they will listen to the report, look at the draft, and adopt it. And composition, Ministry of Home Affairs as the coordinating agency for the ASCC in Vietnam is my ministry. And we have a ministry under the ASCC pillars, but we also invite Ministry of Trade and Industry, that is coordinating one for the AEC in Vietnam. We invite also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, coordinating one for the APSC community in Vietnam, because we talk about the cross-pillars cooperation. And we also invite representatives from the government office. And during this process, it's very good that the focal point from the AEC community in Vietnam, focal point from APSC in Vietnam, involved even in our process, and that also support them in development of their own action program in their pillar. Next slide. And the program 155, we have a background, we have the principle, or the guiding principle and contents of the action program. So the background, we talk about the international trends, regional trend, we talk about the national context. And the necessity to do that, because Vietnam highlights the cooperation in ASEAN, the integration in ASEAN is one of the very key activity of Vietnam in our foreign relations policy. And we also have in Vietnam, we have one of the 4 breakthrough pillars, that is international integration, development of SMEs, the legislation consolidation, and the last one is the digital transformation. That's the 4 breakthrough pillars that Vietnam will focus in the next 10 years. So our ASEAN action program is very in line with the foreign relation policy of Vietnam, is that ASEAN need to be the breakthrough and need to be the first one for integration. And the basis for development and implementation, we depend on the ASEAN Charter. We refer to the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on the ASEAN Vision 2045. We have an ASEAN Social Control Community Strategic Plan as a key document. And national one, we have the end-term review, the implementation of the Master Plan 161. And we also have we mentioned the Politburo Resolution number 59 on the international integration of Vietnam. And the guiding principle, we ensure Vietnam proactive, active, and responsible role in the process of building and implementation of ASCC objective, and place the people at the center of own activities. And the third one, they promote a comprehensive intersectoral and interpillar approach. So you know that is very in line with what we are discussing now. And for the content of ASCC strategic program, action program, we have the generic general objective. We have a specific objective there, and we for the scope and timeline. The timeline is 10 years. The scope is nationwide. Nationwide for the provinces and cities, 34 provinces, they need to develop their own action plan for implementation of this program at the local levels. At the central level, all of the 7 ministries under the ASCC need to develop their own action plan. So that's why I told you in the last part, our ministry develop also and issue the action plan of my ministry. Implementation for the contents, we use all of the 12 strategic measures of ASCC, right? Because if you want to institutionalize what is committed at the regional level, you need to institutionalize it, localize it, nationalize it. And this is what they need to do. And the solution, we ask them to review the 12 strategic measures, all of the action. The ministry need to take out all of their relevant action enable one, so that they can develop their own action in response to the regional requirement. But the provinces, they are not the specific mandate. They have all of the 12 strategic measures. They cover everything. All the provinces need to carry out all of the activities in 12 measures. But I show you, and the solution is that we need to review and take the appropriate one to our own action. Then we need to communicate to raise the awareness of the people about ASEAN, because we are intergovernmental cooperation. Sometimes we invite the stakeholder to come, but they are not in the center of our working in that. So the people don't know, the citizens don't know what we do for ASEAN. Meeting, 1,800 meetings every year, right? And what they bring about, the benefits for the people. Is that something on the sky? No. All of the policy of Vietnam is going to the right, get up with the trend of regional international commitment. And trends also, disaster management, health, education, every policy like increases welfare for the people. And the digital transformation, everything we come from the international commitment, from our own competitiveness capability. So we show them what ASEAN is doing and what bring about for them. We need to advocate all we do here. For the activity I attended the last 2 days, I need to write my own report back to the country, but I need to buy communication paper also to show that we are discussing this one. And for this one, right after this, I need also to write a communication, a news, send back to the country, showing that we are doing this one. But others, we also want to learn like the advocacy one about our like stakeholder voices that we learned yesterday. We need to have that. We have to have that clips to show to all the people on the internet, on the TV, what ASEAN is now doing. So communication is very important for this. We need to strengthen information and reporting system. So every year we organize a review meeting with the ASCC ministry in Vietnam. We organize twice every year before the ASCC meeting. But we also organize the national workshop on the implementation of the master plan before. And now this year, I done it before coming for the posting here, 2 national workshops for all the 34 provinces in Vietnam. 2 national one. We had around 300 of the people attending from the provinces for that 2 workshops physically, and many others attending online. So we need to advocate for what we are doing, and we need to guide them how to develop the new action plan. And the last one is to improve, the next one is to improve the organizational system and capacity building. Like we are now talking, we need to organize the ASEAN capacity building on the development of the project so that all the ASEAN, the focal point, need to know how to develop a project to get funding for what we want to do for ASEAN. We need to do all of our activities and even train our staff on the expertise, on the English, on the foreign language skills, negotiation skills. We need to do that. And the last one is that we integrate in the first one need to be like integrate into the national program and local province. We don't have a separate funding for this program because they know that all of this activity we are doing is very fit to the national priority. Because during the development of the ASCC strategic plan, we try, all the country, try to propose the priorities from our own national, matching with the international trend, so that when we develop and finish this ASCC strategic plan, everything seems to be fitable to the national priority. So what they are doing for ASEAN is what they are also doing daily, but in a very more concrete ideas. And we need to share ASEAN practices in all the issues. We need to organize a hybrid activity instead of like the physical meetings, because many other from national want to know more about ASEAN, about what we are discussing. Funding, where's the funding? For my ministry, we have only around $40,000, $50,000 per year for the implementation as a coordinating one. We need to organize workshop, we need to organize a capacity building, other things, but only around 50,000. But we can think of the implementation and the support of ASEAN partners. We have so many ASEAN partners, we have hundreds of millions every year contributed by our partners. We can mobilize from that one is that. But that's why we think that many of the projects should come to the locality instead of just only prep meeting every year here, 1,800 meetings. But what we do, we share the good practices to the people at the local levels. They need to know that because they are the ones to implement all of the policy of ASEAN at the provinces. We also invite, because we integrate into our action plan, many of the relevant ones, so they take use of that and also try to advocate ASEAN activity in their own activity. Not like that you have like hundreds of millions of dollars putting into that, because many others already there. Take use of that. Yes, implementation. We allocate, design the activity that Ministry of Home Affairs need to coordinate on the activity, consolidate the review, consolidate the report to the ministry, Prime Minister. All other ministry need to report to us. 34 provinces need to report to us regularly, by, I think, 30 of November. That's the deadline for the report every year. But they need also to need the guidance. They need also to get the pushing. So we organize that, working for my own ministry. And we have been working for it for 11 years for that. Yeah? And reporting among the central level, we have a group, working group on that, chatting. For this one, we need to send them all of the information that I'm attending here, asking if they have anything to comment, and asking them if they want to have any input to the ASCC meeting, SOCA meeting, other things. Yeah? But we ask them to integrate of the national priorities, that what they want to do at the national level through the work plans. So everything need to be a coordination. Yes, some of the strategic measure. Can we go down, please? Yeah. This is an example. No, scroll down. We come to the matrix. I show you what we try to allocate the work. From ASEAN, next slide, please. Next slide. Oh. Next slide, please. I don't know that they don't go because I use my own here. Okay, everything there. Next slide. Come to the matrix, please. I think, next, please. I should have the PowerPoint, yeah. Next slide. You can come around 7 more. Who's the secretariat for this one? Come to the matrix, please. Next slide. Oh. Okay, come. I think I passed by all of these things already. Yeah. Okay, this is a matrix. This is a content where we try to allocate the work. At the regional level, we can see the sectoral body. We see the very familiar one here, strategic objective. We have the allocate of work by ASEAN sectoral body, lead and supporting. So for summary, in Vietnam, we allocate the Ministry of Culture, Sport and Tourism because they are the summary focal point. It's very easy to go. But this is a formalization of all the activities responsible at the regional level by the national one, right? For the 1.1.2, cooperation in enhancing regional national mechanism on digitalization, the lead is ACWC. So in Vietnam, we put the lead is Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Health because they are the focal point for the ASEAN Commission on the Promotion and Protection of the Rights of Women and Children. I is it to be the members of that also. Okay, so this is what we and this is Prime Minister allocate the work, not by ASEAN anymore, right? So in a document, that is a decision by the Prime Minister. So next slide. Here also you see summary, yeah. And then now come to the, I don't have any time. Ministry of Home Affairs. So for example, we are in charge of civil servant, corporation. So we need to extract all of the activities that is a civil servant need to do. My ministry need to do for that because of the implementation. Last slide. Yeah, so the process, all of these things here. So just want to show you, yes, in Vietnam, in fact, we legalize ASEAN commitment. Sometimes we say ASEAN, NATO, no action talk only, right? But in Vietnam, we put it under the decision of the Prime Minister. And now, not now, for 11 years already, 10 years, the last 10 years, the reporting the development at the first time is a little bit slow. It takes 2 years for some ministry, for some provinces to develop their own action plan. But we are in the second part, from 20 to 25, the process is much quicker. And by 30 of June this year, the deadline for all the ministry and agency and provinces to develop the action plan. I hope that at least around 70% of them already finished. Yes, but we'll check to see how we're coming, and hopefully that we can have some more chance to share with you what we implement with the new action program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Duke. Of course, we'll have more time during this open forum. So for the next 30 minutes, we'll do an open forum with our panel. And later on, we'll open the floor for our participants present here and also those online. So all our panelists were able to present and highlight the different institutional arrangements in their respective countries, but also pose the common challenges and also the innovative approaches that they have adopted in mainstreaming and ensuring that meaningful action on the ground is being achieved. So to deepen our discussion, we would like to pose a few questions to our panelists. Of course, first, Imam was able to highlight the concern on local autonomy and also ensuring the budget is there for the implementation of our commitments. So for Indonesia, how have you addressed the challenge posed by local autonomy? Were there strategies or were there incentives for local governments in ensuring that they align their plans and priorities with the national alongside the ASEAN commitments? And noting also if Vietnam could also respond to this, noting that for both for the 38 provinces of Indonesia and the 34 provinces of Vietnam, how were you able to get over that challenge of local autonomy? For the Philippines, we have 82 provinces and more than 1,500 municipalities, so that's also a main concern for us, how we could balance the national priorities with the local autonomy of those provinces and municipalities. Pa Imam, go ahead.
Thank you, Buhana, for addressing this question. Yeah, this is actually the most challenging part in Indonesia. So that's why that we need to have very strong governance to carry out our national development planning up to the village planning. So in this case, we have a mechanism to do it. At the top level, we have what we call the long-term national development planning for 20 years. Now we already established up to Indonesia 2045, and it is cascaded into 5 years medium-term planning. Every 5 years, that means and our national development planning must be cascaded into local government development planning. And local government planning should be cascaded into the village, up to the village planning. So it is quite tedious to do it. So every year, we have consultation and synchronization of the development agenda. Start from village level, we encourage the participants of the communities to improve the development agenda according to the village conditions, what they want to do. So every year in the January up to February, every village level should finish their own development planning agenda. And from March to April, it will be bring up to the local governments, and there will be consultation, discussions, and also synchronization of the agenda up to the local government's development planning. And the end of the April, it should be consulted with the Ministry of National Development Planning. We gather all those inputs from the bottom up to the top level, and of course that should be aligned with the national priorities from the top to bottom. So this kind of mechanism already established in Indonesia. However, we have to understand that every local government, they have their own priorities. So the agenda could be divided into three parts. The first part is the mandatory services to the people, for example, like education, health, and then urban planning and social order. That's mandatory and is obliged to the local government to carry it out. And another one is the mandatory, it's not related to the basic services. For example, like workforce, and then nutrition. It is part of the obligatory of the local governments. And another one is the optional agenda. It depends on the conditions of the local governments and village. For example, like tourism, agriculture, or industry. It really depends on the resources available in the local, in the regional government, and also in the village. And those three kind of agenda, we have to select which one is they have to finance by themselves. Village now having budget allocation for the village to finance their own agenda. Local government, they have the budget capacity to finance their agenda. And there is concurrent agenda that should be provided together, central government and local government up to the village. For example, like free health checkup programs, it is financed by the central governments, but the budget allocations will be delivered to the local government. So this kind of concurrent agenda, we have to select which are become part of the budget allocation for this kind of division of the agenda. And this is to ensure that the planning already done aligns from top to the bottom and from bottom to the top. And the next one is how we ensure the execution, the implementation. How we bridge between the, for example, the ASEAN Blueprint 2025 with the national medium term up to the village level. So we establish regulations, presidential regulations on the National Action Plan for ASEAN Agenda. So this is the mandate that our commitment to the ASEAN priorities should be carried out also in our national development agenda. And in this mandate, it consists of, in practical, there is a matrix. What should be done according to the ASEAN blueprints, and then what should be done according to our national development planning. And we indicate the indicators, how we carried out both sides, and then we indicate which government institutions or ministry are responsible doing that. If we can indicate that, that means there is alignment between our national development planning to the local government development planning. So that's why that we're ensuring that ASEAN agenda, ASEAN priorities also can be carried out by local government up to the village level. But of course, again, resources are limited, budget allocation are also limited. However, what we need to do, we ensure that strong governance from the national level to the village level can be carried out, can be monitored, and can be evaluated. That's the main thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa, for highlighting that key to ensuring that we address the challenge of autonomy is really ensuring that we are conscious of the alignment. Go ahead.
One more thing. Our commitments, in addition to the strong governance, also we establish National Secretariat for ASEAN Agenda. This is special secretariat to monitor and evaluate all those implementations. And not only about the ASEAN priorities, but also we focus also on SDGs agenda. So similar governance to do it, we established the legal foundation, presidential regulation in this case, how SDGs can be carried out, how SDGs can be linked to our national development plan up to the local government plan. And also at the national level, we have the national secretariats for SDGs agenda. So that means it is very important, and this is showing that our commitment, our strong governance, make sure that priorities can be carried out and executed the whole nation. Thank you.
So those both agency pa monitoring the SDGs and ASEAN agenda are lodged in your planning ministry or MOFA?
Yeah. As for the National Secretariat for ASEAN Agenda, it is established at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, while the National Secretariat for the SDGs Agenda, it is located on the the Ministry of National Development Planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa. So, Pa Imam also mentioned the concern on resources. So maybe I'll ask Dr. Kamboli on how Cambodia was able to manage and handle the challenge on budget, ensuring that we implement the commitments in the ASCC strategic plan.
Thank you, Hannah, for the question. Before I go to that question, I just want to emphasize again and again that the ASEAN regional commitment shall not be implemented as a silo, a separate agenda from the national action plan to ensure the effective implementation of these regional commitments. But like Pa mentioned, budgeting has always been a challenge for all AMS. I have 3 points to get back to this question. Number 1, I re-emphasize again in terms of the strengthening of the integration of the regional priorities commitment into national development plan to ensure policy coherence. That's important. And also to ensure the implementation at the community level. As we all understand that the implementation is by the community and also the sectoral body. That's why during the discussion of the development, the ASCC strategic plan, and also the result frameworks, when we have 2 options in terms of indicator developments, one option by SOCA, second option by sectoral body, and we ask each other which option we should adopt. And I'm sure we all have the same voice that we should give priority to indicator proposed by sectoral body. Why? Because sectoral body are the one who implement the ASCC strategic plan down to the community level. So that number 1. Number 2, institutional coordination across ministry and sector. That also important to ensure the effective implementation. And number 3 is investing in institutional capacity and knowledge management. The community level has also to understand the big picture and also the specific picture of the ASCC strategic plan. And the question is how we manage to implement. Now we already integrate, we already build capacity, we already bring about awareness of the ASCC strategic plan with a number of mechanisms, but how to ensure financing the activity implementation. For Cambodia, integrating the regional priority into the action plan, then this will come together with the annual operational plan with commitment from the budget from the government. That's number one. Number two, resource mobilization from development partner, CSO, private sector. So I agree with our panelists that especially from Shulin from Singapore, that she emphasized on the important partnership with CSO to ensure that we mobilize resources in addition to the resource commitment from the government, and also resources from our development partner for the implementation of a certain activity that has a similar agenda to the CSO and also to the private sector. Thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, Dr. Kambuli. So as noted also, the participation of other stakeholders, especially the CSOs, the academia, the think tanks, the communities themselves is critical. So with that, maybe we could further ask our colleagues from Singapore and also Vietnam to elaborate how they were able to engage those CSOs and also how they were able to harness and tap the power of the local communities in bringing in their participation to our ASEAN commitments and plans. Madam Shulin?
Yeah. It's a very pertinent question. And in Singapore, I think we've had the practice of engaging citizens, civil society, academics, in order to create policies that are meaningful to the population. So the government makes sure that it doesn't work in isolation in that sense, and it is able to engage citizens on important policies. For example, I mentioned there was this exercise on Forward Singapore, and Forward Singapore happened in 2022, and during that time, actually, it was led by our current Prime Minister, Lawrence Wong. He wasn't Prime Minister then, he was DPM, and it was actually looking at what the fourth generation leadership in Singapore could do to make Singapore a better place for its citizens. So they talked to about 200,000 citizens, and they were able to come up with a comprehensive report which reflects, the aspirations, the viewpoints on not just material success for Singapore, but actually to do with what we can do to make the society better, happier, more inclusive, empowering the citizens, equipping them with the right skills, building a good society, and it involves also things like public housing and what we can do better, for example, because 75% live in public housing, how we can steward or, things like environmental sustainability, and how we can create a better, and more united population in Singapore. So I think this was one of the conversations that Singapore government had, and actually later on in January 2024, they came up with this new department, this office called the Partnerships Office. So Singapore Government Partnership Office, and this was actually to create a more structured way maybe of engaging the population. So when it comes to implementing policies, including those regarding social policies and women's policies and all that, we do tend to engage the citizens just to make sure that there's more substantive buy-in in the policy creation process. And I hope this, and I think, since I joined MSF, I've seen this across various sectors when it comes to policies on women's development, for example. We do engage with civil society very heavily, especially on the periodic reviews, maybe which we do with the UN, with the on CEDAW, for example. Definitely we have to consult with civil societies, and I think it creates a much stronger report, I would say, and stronger outcomes where we feel that the policies would speak volume of people and be much more effective. Yeah, I hope this answers, Hannah. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Sholin. This perfectly fits into what Paima mentioned earlier about ensuring good governance and also the bottom-up approach. So we all know that two critical components of good governance is, of course, participation and accountability. And with what Singapore shared about the Forward Singapore experience, getting the insights of the people, the CSOs, is really part of ensuring that there is buy-in, there is accountability, and furthermore, ensuring sustainability on what will be the new vision, the plans, and the ways forward for particular outcomes that we want to achieve. So may we now hear from the Vietnam experience on CSO engagement, please?
Thank you very much. I think for Vietnam, we organize many communication activity even to the students. Yeah, we collaborate with the relevant ministry agency to organize the communication for propaganda. We invite the reporter to come to have the news, to get the news on the ASEAN, but also for the specialized sectoral body work. For example, I'm the members of the ASEAN Commission on the Promotion Protection of the Rights of Women and Children. So we organize an annual meeting with the civil society stakeholders in Vietnam. We invite all of them to come and to share what ACWC is now doing. What are the plans, what are the priorities, and we listen to what they want to work on the issues of the rights of women and the rights of children. So all of the activities, we try to link between the regional and the national priorities. And also we listen to what they want to do more with ASEAN. So based on that, we try to integrate during the regional meetings, during the annual meeting of ACWC and many regional workshops. We try to invite stakeholders to come also, if the funding is applicable for that. So by that sense, and for the labor sector, sometimes we organize the regional project. We invite the Confederation of Labor, we invite the enterprise to come to listen to what ASEAN is now doing and what are the main ideas with regard to the social protection for the employers, for the workers, and what are the inclusive employment. We invite the CRPD to the person with disability organization to come to share. So all of the development of the plan, we try to involve them to come to the workshop to share what we are doing for this sector, and we listen to them. ASEAN is now developing the work plan. Then we invite them to come for the national workshop. We listen to what, and we will focus on what we want to do and bring it to the work plan of ASEAN. So by doing so, we are trying to integrate and harmonize the national and regional priorities. And of course, we are matching with the regional trend, with international trend. For example, we talk about the employment cut recently, unemployed issues, the youth people. We know that many of the young people graduate and could not find the good job, the right job, because of the AI issue now, digital transformation. Half of our work can be done by the artificial intelligence. Is that? So we are trying to catching all of the international trend with the national priorities, listen to the stakeholders. By doing so, we think we bring ASEAN closer to the people. So that's what we are doing at the country level. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Duc. So at this point, before I open the floor to our online and also those present, I would like to pose a final question for our panelists, but you will respond later. So the final question is, with what we have discussed this morning during our session, what one practical recommendation can you give to fellow member states on how to ensure that we localize our ASEAN commitments? But you will answer that later. So we'll now open the floor for those present here at the Nusantara. And I believe there are also questions posted online. On the floor, please. If none, we'll open. Oh, we have one here. And then we'll do an alternate on the floor and then online. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Domilin from the Southeast Asia Tobacco Control Alliance. I would like to ask about sustainability beyond political cycles. So how can we ensure that the ASCC priorities remain institutionalized and sustained beyond changes in government leadership, political priorities, or funding cycles?
So thank you, ma'am, for this question. So earlier, I believe our panelists already mentioned about ensuring that our commitments are also reflected in the national development plans and local development plans. But if you have other responses, Imam, Dr. Kamboli, Madam Sholin, and Madam Duk.
Thank you for the question. Sustainability is one of the priority that we discuss during the development of the ASCC strategic plan and also the result framework. That's why we need to ensure that the proposed indicators of each strategic measure and also each strategic measure or strategic plan shall be critically consulted with stakeholders, all stakeholders involved. Throughout the 15 meetings so far, since live PDR chairmanship up to Malaysia and Philippines and now Singapore as a co-chairs of the ad hoc working group, almost all meeting has had a stakeholder consultation. The agendas, the priority from those stakeholders, from sectoral bodies, from community who are the beneficiary and also the implementer of the strategic measure of the strategic plan ASCC. Their voice and their agendas, priority are integrated into the strategic measure and also the development of the indicator. That is one way to ensure the sustainability of the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. And number two, I believe we need a strong monitoring system, not just to see the output level, but also to see the outcomes and the impact level of the ASCC strategic plan implementation, so that people see the impacts on their life, their daily life, and the benefit of the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. That second way to ensure sustainability. Financially, in addition to the commitment from the government, AMS, partnership with civil society, private sector, and other stakeholders are also important to ensure sustainability. In addition to strong mechanisms, strong system for the implementation, we also need budgeting commitment, resource mobilization to support the implementation as well. I may share these 3 points and leave the rest to my fellow panelists. Thank you.
I think for Vietnam, the issue of sustainable is not a really big problem because we have our master plan, our action program adopted and issued by our Prime Minister. That require the reintegration of ASEAN commitments into the action plan at the provincial levels. That's the most important one. Because when you do something like to limit the waste, the plastic, waste, it means that at the provincial level, they also have such kind, they have a national program for that. At the provinces, they also need to do. So for ASEAN, it's not something far away from our priority. I think the same with ASEAN. As the ASEAN members said, but we need to make sure they understand that there's also commitment from ASEAN that you need to do. And what you are doing at this moment is also in line with the regional commitment. And funding where it comes from the state budget already for the national program. And the provinces, they need also to spend their budget for the prevention of the plastic waste and also at the ocean, something like that. So the very important is that we make the people understand that ASEAN is doing something not different from what you are doing. We are trying to make the policy, we might try to integrate and try to upgrade all of the commitments from the national one. And particularly my current Prime Minister is very strong in forcing on the ministry to comply and to implement ASEAN adopted declaration. I heard some report from my college just some days ago that the government office is now issuing the document asking for all the ministry to report on what they are doing for the declaration adopted by the summit this May. What they are doing. Have they developed the action plan to implement it? Develop the concrete action to implement. They need to report on that. So it means that everything now, ASEAN is not only talk, but action at the national levels. But I'm worrying really, every year we have 100 of ASEAN adopted and noted by our ASEAN leaders. And it means that we need to develop 100 of the action plan to do that. It's also something that we need to think how to limit the number of ASEAN commitment at the regional level. Focusing in the most priority one. If not, then I think my minister will feel sorry when attending and adopting some of the ASEAN when we need to come out with so many of the action to implement. That's so joking. But I think it's good. It's good now that not only talk, we need to do something. And this, of course, we need very important one, high-level commitment, but not at the regional one, at the national levels. And this is something I think sustainability can last. Thank you.
Well, yeah, Indonesia have a similar situation with Cambodia, Vietnam. Those explanations also relevant to Indonesia situations. However, in addition to that explanation, I would like to address about strong governance system that should be under our legal aspect. So that means the mechanism of the national development planning, in our case, is already constituted in our law. The mechanism is there, so that's why that changing the law is quite difficult. It's involving the parliament's consultation. Government is not easy to change whether, if there is changes on the presidential election, on the changing of the government. So that's why that legal aspect should be established to carry out our national development plan. And also we have to ensure that our national development planning also align with the ASEAN priorities. So that means once we execute our national development planning, our priorities, that means we also execute the ASEAN priorities. That's the efficient way. And if there is a changing on the government, I think we just need to redefine who is responsible for doing what. Because the mechanism, the governance is there already, but how we execute, the focal points might be changed because the government is changed. So that's the only thing, our experience from, from period to period happening. But our commitments against to the ASEAN priorities, to the SDGs agenda is still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa. Madam Shulin, would you like to add on the sustainability aspect?
Yes, thank you. And I agree with my esteemed colleagues from Cambodia, from Vietnam, and from Indonesia about the need for sustainability. And it's a very pertinent question. And I mentioned before that for Singapore, sustainability of the policies means engaging citizens across all walks of life to ensure that the policies are relevant to them. And this also includes, operationalizing regional priorities such as those that come out of the ASCC pillar. I think it's very important to engage the community to make them aware of, that these are our goals. And I think one of the things that we want to do next year during our chairmanship is to actually do more engagement on the ground about the importance of ASEAN and more on the specific details, I think, of what it actually entails so that people are aware, create awareness of ASEAN at the ground level. I think that's very important. With that, I do agree with the policies, the views expressed so far from my fellow panelists. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Shulin. So now we proceed to our participants online. So we will read. So this was raised by one of the participants via Zoom. So she's curious about the budget. So MNE, as the panelists mentioned, each government should put to make sure that the implementation from national to local, as experienced in Timor-Leste, do allocate budget. But in small event, in national, we face budget constraints. So donors also face with budget constraints. What mechanism can you share so that they can have an idea to also follow and pattern on how to manage the concern on budget? So it's a financing and budget concern.
Thank you, Hannah. I read through the common one big paragraph and all about budget, right? Budget constraint at the government level, budget constraint at the community level, even UN has budget constraint. Donor also face budget constraint. USAID, big international agency of the US also stop operation. And a number of beneficiary civil society, NGO also face budget constraint. There is what we call a funny saying, money is not a problem, the problem is no money. It's just for funny, for fun. I acknowledge, based on the experience in working on ASEAN in the past 7 years, since I started to join ASEAN in 2020. Back then, Vietnam started to accept the ASEAN chairmanship and special Sukari retreat in Dalat. And that question pops up every time in terms of ASCC implementation with the budget constraint. And we all understand in terms of budget constraint faced not by AMS but also regionally and globally with the reason and also the past global development. I don't have to mention specifically. You all know what has been the global challenges that we have faced so far, in addition to the global pandemic COVID-19, up to the regional and global conflicts, so on and so forth, which push us more to face the budget constraint. But budget is not the sole factor to determine the successful implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. That's why in my remark I emphasize again and again on policy coherence between regional commitment and national action plan, on resource mobilization, partnership with stakeholders involved, their voice and their priority are integrated into the strategic measure of the ASCC strategic plan, so that we could mobilize supports and resources as we have similar agenda to those stakeholders. That also way to mobilize budget resources to support the implementation, and also the awareness and understanding at the community level. Some activity could be done without a budget. Of course, we need a budget for certain activity, but certain activity like social activity at the community level could be done without budget and contribute the same to the implementation of our strategic plan. That I hope I answered to the question. Thank you.
Would you like to add pa?
Well, I absolutely agree with Mr. Cambodia response. Similar situations also happen in Indonesia. Your problem is also our problem. The same thing. The thing is, I would like to recommend how we set the priorities, because resources are limited, budget allocation also limited. In the event that situation, that means we have to put priorities. How we put priorities? We make sure all agenda we set will provide the most impact to the people. So that means we couldn't do all. We cannot do everything, but we can do most of give the impact to the people. So that's the main thing. The situations makes us to more creative, more innovative. How we carry out the agenda. We reduce some efficiency for the coordination, for example, and we put priority on the implementation. We reduce our budgets for meeting, but we move the budgets to the action. So how doing that, it depends on the situation of each country, for each government. Thank you.
Thank you, Pa. So I agree with that. You put your money where it is needed, and when you don't have enough, you prioritize. Thank you. So I believe we have one more in-person question. Oh, my favorite. Miguel, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Director Hannah, and good morning, everyone. My name is Miguel from the Poverty Eradication and Gender Division of the ASEAN Secretariat. First of all, thank you very much for all the presentations. It's quite inspiring, not only for our team, but also perhaps the whole of the ASEAN Secretariat people who are here to see all the initiatives, no, especially at the national level, to mainstream the ASCC strategic plan. Truly, we are together with you on this journey to mainstream and localize. At the risk of being the person between the forum and lunch, no, maybe just one question for everybody and the panel also. No? What would be your vision, expectations perhaps on the role of the ASEAN Secretariat as we go through this journey of mainstreaming and localizing the ASCC strategic plans? For example, our team, the PEGD, we support 4 ASEAN sectoral bodies, no, on gender equality, women empowerment, social welfare and development, rural development, poverty eradication, and what Dr. Duc mentioned earlier, no, ACWC. And it's not just the core mandates of these focal points in the respective ministries that they work on, but they also reach out to other ministries and line agencies. No? So we're very happy when Dr. Duc mentioned that there's this action program for the next 5 years. Also from the Philippines, we know that there's an effort to mobilize all the ASCC focal points. No? So perhaps the panelists and also the participants can share your insights on how you see the ASEAN Secretariat supporting this journey. No? Because we're going to be in this journey in the next 20 years. No? And we also want to be prepared to meet those expectations. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. So for the response, we'll start with the ladies first. Madam Duc, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Miguel. After 1 month staying here, I have not seen you, but very nice to hear your voice. Yes, as I mentioned, if we want to bring ASEAN closer to the people, to the national, we need to do something that is practical and effective enough. We have so many of the regional meeting here, and I often say that we have a prep meeting and talking about something that is monitoring theory of change. But our people at the local level, our people at the national level, don't care for that. Yeah, this is what we do for ASEAN. But they care for what is going on with their benefits from other people of other countries, right? How many of the pension, social pension, that's the person with disability get from other countries, right? Of course, we have an economic development difference. But we have many things together. For Miguel, he's in charge of SOMSWAT, that is social protection for the people. Then we can have some kind of review of social protection in ASEAN after every 5 years to see how ASEAN has upgraded. We should have many ASEAN projects that come to the people, right? And even reaching the provinces. For example, we have ASEAN Smart City Network. That's really good, right? The provinces come together, cities come together, they share with the achievements, and they want to learn from each other. That's what we can institutionalize ASEAN at the localities. So we hope something we think of some better and practical projects. And we have so many donors that can support for implementation of that. And that can bring the vision and the visibility of ASEAN to all ASEAN member states. We should share the results with some of the advocacy clips. Like yesterday, we think that ASEAN is now working, and what are the best practices in poverty reduction in ASEAN, right? So we have so many things to do. And what we are doing with the online prevention, abuse prevention for the children. What the country is now doing, we can share that good practice. Because ASEAN is government-to-government cooperation. Yeah, and we need to know more about the legislation, about the ongoing trend, about the revision of all of the legislation and good practices that are now doing at the national and provincial levels. Many provinces in Vietnam, for example, the week before, now they merged into the Ho Chi Minh City. But they have like a happy life city resolution of the provinces. And where they increase the welfare for the people there, they clean the beach, and they have some like a mass movement together. And they say that is building up a very good society. So we are working with the people. ASCC is something different from the APSC and AEC. APSC, they talk about the EC, they talk about the peace and security. AEC, they talk about the tax, they talk about the freedom of trade, other things. But ASEAN, ASCC, we talk about the people. We have the red color in ASEAN flag. That is the heart of the people, right? That is the blood. And we need to get close to them as much as possible. I think from ASEC, we hope we can together develop something that is also bring about many kind of like ASEAN awareness, but also the changes in the policy and legislation at the national level. That's what also my boss messaged me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Duc. Madam Charlene?
Yeah, direct message.
Thank you so much, Miguel, for that question. And thank you, Madam Dirk, for your insights on this issue. Singapore sees the ASEAN Secretariat very much as an enabler, to enable ASEAN member states achieve their aspirations and their visions, under the strategic plans. Yeah. So the ASEAN Secretariat has been wonderful. I mean, the key role is really to strengthen coordination across the ASCC, support the results, results-based monitoring and evaluation, facilitate knowledge sharing and cross-sector collaboration, and provide strategic policy support to all the AMS. At the same time, we see the implementation as, of course, the key role of each ASEAN member state, and it should be member state led, with the Secretariat adequately resourced to fulfill its expanding responsibilities under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. I would like to specifically thank PEGD and Miguel, because our ministry works very closely with your section, and I do think that the support that we've been given has been very, very important in enabling us to implement the key points, under the vision, ASCC strategic vision. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Charlene. Pak Iman?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I would like to appreciate for the work of ASEAN Secretariat so far, and we have been doing great, even though we still need some improvement. Perhaps that ASEAN Secretariat may look at priorities for the ASEAN member states to deliver their progress, to deliver their national programs. Who is the most lag behind might get help more. That's one thing. Second one is ASEAN Secretariat, I think, should help us to resolve some agenda that might not reach agreement within the ASEAN member states. ASEAN Secretariat might propose solution, not only within our pillar, but also across other pillars, because we couldn't see what's happening, issues on other pillars. So that's why that sometimes we need to bring those issues to within our pillars so that we can understand why we cannot reach certain agreement on certain cases. ASEAN Secretariat might do little research perhaps and providing proposal to, to solve some sort of our agreement. I think that's all. And the third one is digitalization. So far it's going well, but we need to improve more. How we connect between countries in ASEAN member states in terms of digitalization is quite challenging. How we, ASEAN Secretariat, could bridge those direction between borders, data exchange, and everything. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. With your smiling face always. Personally, when asking what we expect from ASEAN Secretariat in the past 10 to 20 years for the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan, personally, I do not have any more expectation. And I am very grateful for ASEC for your excellent work so far. Whenever I meet you, I always ask, besides how are you, do you sleep enough? Do you eat enough? I'm afraid that you don't have enough time to sleep and eat. They don't sleep sometimes. I saw your email 2 a.m. in the morning, giving us assignment. Deadline 6 a.m. tomorrow. 3 points. Recommendation. Number 1 is to strengthen coordination. Not you don't do enough coordination, but there are more work to coordinate within the ASCC strategic plan. So we start implementing now from this year on. Number 2 is to enhance the knowledge sharing to AMS. Not because you don't share enough, but because a lot more knowledge to share. You can see in the strategic measure in the ASCC strategic plan. And number 3, which is very important for the effective implementation of the strategic plan, is to ensure systematic, regular M&E system. That is important. We have a DME in place. We need to train more focal points, provide more capacity building, and also more coordination to my first point, to ensure that our M&E system is provide real-time data. It's important to provide real-time data for not only to strengthen the implementation, but also to put out further action or more plan to enforce the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. But I guess the question was raised by Miguel to everyone. So there are sectoral body representatives present as well. And we have the ad hoc working group, we have the SEOs. Maybe we hear 2 responses from the floor on that question of Miguel, on how, what support do we need from the ASEAN Secretariat to move this vision forward, since we'll be together for the next 10 and 20 years for the young ones present in the room. Maybe from the SEOs and then from one sectoral body. Okay? We have a brave soul in front. Please give her the mic. Please state your name and your sector, please.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am Crisinda from ASEAN Youth Organization. So basically, we are from CSO representative. So as we see and also hear before that there is a lot of agendas and priorities that the ASEAN Secretariat and also the national government has been arised. And youth is very interested to partake on that because we know that in ASEAN regions, there are 1,020 million youths that define age between 15 to 35, so there is a lot of youth there. And as our organization is running the activities of to raise awareness about ASEAN pillars and also ASEAN agendas to all youth in ASEAN region and also beyond that, we have engaged 500,000 youth that involved in this ASEAN initiative. So we are working very closely with youth, and we are asking and wondering about how youth can partake into this kind of implementations, because we are also doing the activities in digital, so remotely, so we can like reach like more. So in case if government or if government wanted to like open the channels or anything else that we can engage in helping through the implementations, that is also possible for us. And we may ask like how we can contribute in that to realize that agenda, because we youth like have many members and then like eager like to having this kind of engagement as well. We are doing the programs across the countries, and we see that many also youth in ASEAN like having have like interest in ASEAN pillars. So yeah, I think that is the things that I can arise. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. So the concern is on the platform,
Yes, the platform.
ensuring that the ASEC could help the sector, especially the youth sector, to have a platform where they could further engage and participate in the activities of not just, of course, the senior officials on the youth, but also, I guess, the other sectors as well that involves the youth sector.
That's right.
So our ASEC team are listening to that, and for sure they will further engage the various sectors on those action items. So one more. From the sectoral bodies present. You don't need anything from ASEC? Pa? Okay. So, we have one more. Oh, here. Ms. Marlene, go ahead.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you for this very important panel. Before I respond to that specific question from Miguel, I would like to express appreciation on hearing the sharing of our panelists, but very importantly, hearing Madame Duc explain to us how the integration process of the ASCC plans to their respective national and even domestic planning processes is very impressive. And if this has happened the past 10 years, I wonder like if there are other member states who are doing it as thoroughly or as institutionalized the way Vietnam is doing it. And I think it will mean a lot as far as realizing the aspirations that we all are aware of as far as the ASCC Strategic Action Plan is concerned. But really the important task of monitoring, no? The M&E work is key at the national level. So, well, it's good. In the case of Indonesia, there is this national ASEAN secretariat, or from the case of Vietnam. But I wonder how it is really being done across the 11 member states. And this is where I would like to respond to the question of Miguel, where as part of the PEGD that ASIADRA as a regional affiliated entity has worked on the past decades, really would like us to ask the role of the ASEAN Secretariat or PEGD in as far as monitoring the sectoral work plans At the moment, we are assisting the ASEC in the ETR preparation and the work plan 2026-2030 development for 4 sectoral bodies. But the question that we need to really have clarity is, what is the role of the ASEAN Secretariat as far as MNE is concerned, knowing the workload that they currently have? And so maybe it's really overdue, I think, that there should be more investment in terms of human resource that should allow our ASEAN Secretariat to take on more active, proactive role as far as the MNE agenda is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ma'am Marlene, for that intervention and also the response to the question of Miguel. So we have one final intervention from the floor from ACB. Dr. Jerome, go ahead. Secretariat, please, in the middle.
Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to stand between us and our lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. In response to the question of the ASEAN Secretariat, first allow me to give a very brief context. Some of the work that we are doing and many of the things that are in our strategic plan goes beyond the borders of ASCC. We inevitably have to work in collaboration and in close partnership with other pillars and other sectoral bodies. Perhaps the level of support that we're enjoying now, in our experience, the Environment Division has been very facilitative of connecting ACB with other pillars, other sectors. But perhaps this is something that can be further enhanced and can be further improved so that it will facilitate more the achievement of the ASCC strategic plan and our respective, like for example, for the biodiversity, the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan and other related plans, not just for the environment, but for the entire community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jerome. So, Miguel, you have your responses. Strengthen coordination, enhance knowledge sharing, resource mobilization. Of course, if you can do it within ASEC, you need to tap other resources and partners present, look into the priorities, and also, of course, our monitoring and evaluation. So from now, 10 years and 20 years from now, that's a big assignment for our ASEAN Secretariat. So we're approaching our wrap-up for this session. Give us a few minutes to, of course, close this session. We would like to highlight some points raised by our panelists and also, of course, the input from our members here in the ballroom. So first, it was highlighted that policy coherence is indeed fundamental in our ASEAN commitments to ensure that we integrate our commitments from ASEAN to the national, local development plans, and rather than implementing it as a standalone initiative. So we've heard from the sharing of Cambodia, Indonesia on the National Action Agenda, Singapore anchoring it on their national planning frameworks, as well as Vietnam's ASCC Master Plan. So the common lessons here should reinforce our national development agenda and ensure mainstreaming. Second, also on the strong institutions and effective coordination that is needed to put our action plan forward. So the presentations also highlighted the importance of a whole of government approach, supported by clear institutional arrangements, and as emphasized by Dr. Imad, the need for good governance in pursuing this mainstreaming effort. Third is on implementation must be supported by sustainable financing, robust monitoring, and strong implementation capacity. We have heard the experience on the turnover of staff and also the need to pass on the needed capacities across the civil service and also the partners implementing the action plan forward. And finally, all interventions of our participants here reminded us that ASEAN Community Vision 2045 is above all a people-centered agenda. All interventions, central to all their interventions are the people. So poverty reduction, social inclusion, resilience, leaving no one behind remain at the heart of the implementation of the ACV 2045 and as well as the ASCC strategic plan. And as we move forward and from a whole of government approach towards, this was mentioned by Ambabeth 2 days ago, a whole of ASEAN approach in ensuring that we mainstream our plans and also ensure that there is impact and substantive outcomes for the ASEAN people. And with that, I would like our panelists to answer the final question. One practical recommendation to ensure mainstreaming. If you're given just one practical recommendation, what would be that recommendation for your fellow member states to ensure that we mainstream the ASCC to the national and local plans?
Thank you, Hannah. I will be very short as we approach lunchtime. As we embark on the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan, the success not just depend on the shared vision only, but also we have to start our implementation, strengthening system mechanism to turn vision into meaningful action. Now it is time to shift from policy commitment to implementation. We have committed enough a number of outcome documents that are adopted and noted every year. So a lot of policy commitment. It's time for our implementation. The effectiveness of the implementation stand on the institutionalization of ASEAN priority within the national system, enhancing cross-sectoral coordination, empowering local community, strengthening result-based monitoring, mobilizing sustainable partnership and resources, strengthen financing, and last but not least, implementation capacity. Thank you.
Okay, the practical thing, just one. Oh, very hard. Yeah, we have to change the way we work. That's it. We need a strong planning and strong implementation. That means we need to shift from the output-based to outcome-based performance. We need to shift from program-based budgeting to performance-based budgeting. We need to shift from not only reporting, but also we need to make sure implementation is delivered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think Vietnam done the mainstreaming already with our action plan, program and master plan. I wish that, yes, always many times I've been working for ASEAN without stopping for 17 years. So I understand what ASEAN is now doing. And yes, we have hundreds of the declarations. Every year the chair of ASEAN try to think of the new declaration, right? And sometimes now we need to think of less declaration but more action and focus in priorities. Less meeting but more effective meetings, right? We are trying just to share with you that from SOCA meetings we have many times talking about this, how to make us more effective. Because, like we say, ASCC is really different from others. So institutionalized at the national levels is the best to show that ASEAN is now working for you, for all the citizens. If not, when you come to ASEAN, our boss will ask, what are you going for? ASEAN discussed a lot, but they did not do anything. Sometimes I need to argue with my big boss, because he say, okay, you come there meeting many times, but what are the real benefits you are bring to us, to our labor sector, to our social welfare? So I need to defend on that. Yeah. So we need to institutionalize, but also streamline all of the activity at the regional level to make sure that every meeting we come, every activity we attend will bring about the practical and benefits for all of us in our daily work, but to our citizens also. Because even it's funded by the donor by these activities, still this is a support to ASEAN, right? And we want to make us working and devoting, but also to make a collective strength together, not like talk and no action. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Duc. And last but not the least, Madam Shulin.
Thank you, Madam Hannah. Well, as before, I agree with the wise views of all my panelists. For Singapore, I think the mainstreaming and localizing ASEAN commitments, we view it as important that we create more public awareness of what ASEAN is doing. And this is important, especially to sensitize our youth, as to our aspirations in this regard, because the youth is really the nation's future. So I would say it's not an easy task. I think it has to be something that is sustained over the long term, but very important to sensitize local citizens, especially the youth, on ASEAN Community Vision 2045. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Shulin. And with that, we are going to close panel 1. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to thank our panelists, our participants here and online for your engaging and insightful discussion. And we look forward to your active participation during the second panel session. Turn over the floor now to the Secretariat.
Thank you, distinguished panelists and moderator, for the insightful discussion. Let's give them a big warm round of applause one more time. May we invite distinguished panelists and moderator to take photo session, to stand at the center of the stage in front of the coffee table. And may I invite all the photographers to come to the front to take the photo. Okay, for the first photo, formal pose in 3, 2, 1. And then for the second pose, ASEAN way. In 3, 2, 1. Smile. Okay, then. Thank you. May I invite the distinguished panelists and moderator to go back to your seats. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch, which is served at the south and north foyer of the Nusantara Hall. So we have 2 designated dining area. And may we kindly remind that all participants to enjoy their meals in the designated dining area, as food are not permitted inside the Nusantara Hall. This program will resume at 1 p.m. with panel discussion 2 on ensuring effective and sustained implementation of the ASCC strategic plan at the national and local levels. Thank you very much, and we wish everyone a pleasant break. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Marlo, who are joining us online as the panelists. Mr. Marlo L. Iringan, can we do a quick audio check-up before we begin the panel's agenda 2? Do you hear my voice?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Checking in from Manila.
Oh, okay, so everything is clear, Mister?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. How about
Okay.
us? Can you hear us?
Okay. Clearly, we can hear you clearly. Excellent. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Marlo. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite everyone to return to the meeting room and take your seats because our afternoon session will begin shortly. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Sri, Dato Sri Maimuna, who are joining us online. Can you hear us? Can we do a quick audio check-up?
Hi there. Actually, Datuk Sri Maimuna is still on the, still in a meeting, so I'm just holding her place here.
Okay, but the voice is clear, mister, I think.
Yes, yes, we can hear you clear.
Okay, great. And for Mr. Pungkas, who is joining us online, can you hear us clearly? Can we do a quick audio check-up, please?
Yes, I do. I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. And last, for Honorable Angela Chi, who is joining us online also, can we do a quick audio check-up? If Honorable Angela Chi can hear us clearly, please give us a response through emoticon or emoji or response to our audio check-up here. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly invite everyone to take your seats because we will begin the activity shortly. I hope you have a good lunch. As now we all have recharged, let's bring that big energy to the next agenda. Panel discussion 2, entitled Beyond Planning, Ensuring an Effective and Sustained Implementation of the ASCC Strategic Plan at the national and local levels. This session will identify institutional, policy, and resource mobilization strategies to support effective implementation while also exploring collaboration and networking mechanisms to sustain management from policymakers to local communities. To moderate this discussion, may I invite Ms. Sarah Abdullah, Senior Assistant Director, International Relations Divisions of Strategy, International and Research Directorate, Ministry of Social and Family Development of Singapore, Ad hoc Working Group Co-Chair, Singapore. Distinguished moderator, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and very good afternoon to everybody, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, friends and colleagues. Welcome back to the second half of the day. I don't have very much luck this week. They always stick me with the worst sessions, the ones that are after lunch, the ones that are just before lunch. So I hope you bear with me, despite obviously not wanting to, or rather wanting to be somewhere else. I understand. As we plow through the discussions for today for panel discussion 2, the title of which is Beyond Planning, Ensuring an Effective and Sustained Implementation of the ASCC Strategic Plan at the national and local levels. Allow me to introduce our panelists today, our speakers on this panel today. I only have one person joining me on this big stage soon, but let me go through the list of the others who are joining us online. The first is Mr. Pungkas Bajuri Ali. Mr. Pungkas Bajuri Ali is the Deputy Minister for Human Development and Cultural Affairs. He is also the acting expert staff to the Minister for Social Welfare and Poverty Reduction at Bappenas. He serves as the head of Indonesia's National SDG Secretariat. He has extensive experience in national development planning, public policy, and sustainable development, having previously served as Director of Public Health and Nutrition at Bappenas. He holds a PhD in demography from the Australian National University and has led numerous national and international initiatives in health, social development, and multi-stakeholder partnerships. In his current role, Mr. Pungkas leads the coordination of SDG implementation and the integration of the Sustainable Development Goals into Indonesia's National Development Planning Framework, while strengthening cross-sectoral policy coherence and partnerships. His work focuses on translating the SDGs into actionable policies, monitoring progress, and supporting alignment between national priorities and subnational implementation. His experience in mainstreaming sustainable development across planning, budgeting, and governance processes provides valuable insights for advancing the ASEAN community vision through stronger integration into regional, national, and local development plans. Would you put your hands together to just welcome, join me to welcome Mr. Pungkas. Our second speaker for today is Mr. Lee Yung Yung, and I would like to invite Mr. Lee Yung Yung to please join me on stage next to me here. He's the only one attending physically. Mr. Lee Yung Yung is Strategic Advisor to the ASEAN Governors and Mayors Forum under the United Cities and Local Governments Asia Pacific, where he supports the localization of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 through policy development, stakeholder engagement, and regional cooperation. He is also an industry mentor and visiting lecturer at the School of Journalism and Communication, Xiamen University, China, and a senior fellow of the Pacific Research Center, Malaysia. Mr. Lee brings more than 30 years of experience in regional governance, international relations, public policy, and stakeholder engagement across the ASEAN Secretariat, the UN system, the Singapore Public Service, academia, and the private sector. During his decade-long tenure as Director of Community Affairs at the ASEAN Secretariat, he led initiatives to strengthen ASEAN community building through partnerships with governments, local authorities, civil society organizations, academia, businesses, and development partners. His current work focuses on strengthening the role of cities and local governments in advancing the implementation and localization of the ASEAN Community Vision 45 and promoting practical approaches to translating regional priorities into national and local action. They're really making me work for my lunch today. Our third speaker is Datuk Sri Dr. Maimuna binti Muhammad Sharif, Special Envoy of ASEAN Cities and Local Governments. She's joining us from online. Welcome, Dr. Maimuna. Dr. Maimuna is a Malaysian urban planner and global leader in sustainable urban development. She currently serves as advisor on sustainable urbanization to the Government of Malaysia and as Petronas Property Advisor. She previously served as Under-Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Habitat, where she led global efforts on sustainable cities and convened major international forums, including the World Urban Forum. She subsequently became the 15th and first woman mayor of Kuala Lumpur. Her earlier leadership roles include serving as mayor of Penang Island and as the first woman president of the Seberang Perai Municipal Council, where she advanced urban planning and economic development initiatives. Welcome, Dr. Maimuna. Our next speaker is Honorable Angela Lei Atienza, Vice Mayor of Manila, Chair of the ASEAN Mayors Forum. Do we have Honorable Angela Atienza with us? Okay. A champion of women's empowerment, social welfare, and inclusive governance, she has led initiatives that uplift senior citizens, persons with disabilities, MSMEs, solo parents, the youth, women, the LGBTQIA+ community, and the Muslim community. Her leadership and advocacy have earned national recognition, including honors from People Asia magazine and Rising Tigers magazine, which recently named her as one of the People to Watch 2026. She believes in transforming lives, especially those of children and underserved communities, by giving a voice to sectors that are often overlooked. She also serves as the directress of Kababayan ng Manila, a cooperative that has since evolved into a thriving social enterprise dedicated to empowering women and communities. How's my Filipino, Hannah? Great. Last but not least, please welcome Mr. Mario Iringan, Undersecretary, Local Government, Department of the Interior and Local Government, Philippines, and the Chair of ASEAN Smart Cities Network. Mr. Iringan is a distinguished public servant who has dedicated his career to the Department of the Interior and Local Government. He began in 1989 as a Barangay Government Operations Officer and steadily rose through the ranks, serving in various director-led positions before his appointment as Undersecretary for Local Government in 2021. With a background in civil engineering, Undersecretary Iringan has applied design and systems thinking to support local governments, strengthen field operations, and advance program implementation. His career reflects his dedication, expertise, and enduring commitment to responsive public service and local community development. He's a distinguished public servant who has dedicated his career to the Department of the Interior and Local Government. He began in 1989 as a Barangay Government Operations Officer and steadily rose through the ranks, serving in various director-led positions before his appointment as Undersecretary for Local Government in 2021. With a background in civil engineering, Undersecretary Iringan has applied design and systems thinking to support governments, strengthen field operations, and advance program implementation. His career reflects his dedication, expertise, and enduring commitment to responsive public service and local community development. Thank you for letting me say all of that. And now I ask you to please give a warm round of applause to all of our panelists and welcome them for today's session this afternoon. I am told that I am to go through the list of speakers as I had announced them, and this is where I get to rest and listen to what our distinguished panel has to say today. Let us begin with Mr. Pungkas Bajuri Ali first. Sir, if you would like to turn on your camera and speaker, and whenever you're
Sure.
ready, we're
Yeah.
happy to hear from you.
Yes. Can you hear me and see me on the screen?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Just to make sure, how long do I have time for the presentations?
ASEC, how much time does
Yeah, yes.
15 minutes.
15,
15
okay, all right.
minutes.
Sure. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be here with you, and thank you for the invitations for these very important sessions. I would like to share with you our experience on how Indonesia is trying to localize the global commitment on the SDGs. As you may aware, the SDG is global commitments, and Indonesia government has adopted into our formal planning systems. But this is at the national level, and what I like to do on the presentations is how we try to localize this SDG into provincials and universities level. First of all, just to give you an idea. Oh, sorry, can I presentations? Just a second, please. Okay, so I don't have any authorizations to share the screens if it's possible.
ASEC, I think Mr. Bajuri wants to share his slides. Okay.
Yeah.
Is it ASEC that's controlling or? Okay. Mr. Bajuri, if it's okay, ASEC, we will control your slides for you
Yes.
from here.
Okay, that's all right. Okay. Thank you. So basically, adopt the SDGs or plan. The next slide. Basically, we adopted the SDGs into our medium-term plan. We have a long-term plan for 20 years and then a medium-term plan for 5 years, and it was translated into annual planning system. But SDGs is actually translated into a medium-term plan, 2025-2029, and then we translated into annual planning. So what happened here for the localizations is that in the very right corners, you have a RPGPD or RPGMD. This is basically a planning level at the provincial and district level. So by those provincial and district levels, planning system has to refers to national planning. So what we did with the SDGs is basically we put the SDGs as part of our medium-term plan by saying that we included indicators as part of the SDGs. I think we have almost 200 indicators as part of the global SDGs, and we integrated into national medium-term plans. And in the end, by these mechanisms, provincial and district level automatically will adapt also the SDGs target into their planning. There are some modification, obviously, because some indicators and target are not available at the provincial and district level. So in this case, there are some adjustments on how you measure the target through like a proxy indicator or another indicator that's available in the district level. And if we can see from the next slide, it's telling us about the this is actually the way we integrating SDGs into a national planning level, in national development planning level. This is at the national levels, and basically the 2041 indicator at the global levels. We translated into a metadata. Metadata is very important for us to have like common understanding on how the target is measured and who are the ministries who are responsible for that targets. So we built the metadata for these indicators, and those metadata are integrated into our goals and target into RPGMN or medium-term plans. So out of these 17 goals, we have like 94 targets inserted into medium-term national development planning 2015 2019, and in the most recent medium-term plan, which is the most current one, 2020-2029, we have like 193 indicators as part of our adoptions to the SDGs into our planning system. And this indicator, as I mentioned earlier, translated into provinces and district level. Of course, there won't be like 193 indicators, but probably less, because in some provinces and districts, they don't have any indicators that can be measured at the level. So we have a great mechanisms on how to mitigate this problem. And if you look at the Indonesia strategies on to localize these SDGs into our medium-term plan up to local planning, basically we have like 5 strategies. The first one is on the planning with purposes, meaning that SDGs is the core of national development planning with the mechanisms that I mentioned in the previous 2 slides. You can go to, next slide, please. Yes, and the next slides. I don't know which slides. I think on the Indonesia strategy slide, we have 5 strategies. The second strategy is what we call from village to campuses. Basically, local actions driving global goals. By this, we are encouraging local governments to produce voluntary local review. This is basically voluntary report from the SDGs showing their commitments on the achievements. And then by regulations, the provincial and district also are mandated to develop their SDGs action plan. This is already conducted by most provinces in Indonesia. And the third one is the establishment of 63 indicators at SDG centers. Yeah. So right now, up to yesterday, there are already like 100 SDG center, university-based SDGs. So their role is to implement SDGs through teachings and research, as well as community developments. And up to now, there are 100 universities. They're also helping local governments and local provinces in managing their implementation at a local level. We have monitoring and evaluation as well as part of our daily basis, yearly basis evaluations. We create a dashboard. And I think one of the things that make the SDG implementation is quite successful is because we do have like innovative financing. We try to develop new mechanisms of financing for the SDGs. Within the Secretariat in Bappenas, we have the SDGs financing hub, but within the national level, we issue the SDGs bond. Right now we have like blue bonds, green bonds, orange bond. Those are government bonds basically to finance SDGs. And we encourage the best practices. This is how the SDGs was implemented at the local level. And annually we have that sessions for SDGs Action Award, as well as the repository for best practices, and we encourage SDGs partnerships. This year we innovate through the establishment of SDGs registrations, basically recognizing the role of non-government actors into SDGs, which is recognized by the governments. There are some mechanisms that we are trying to develop. Our progress on the SDGs is quite good compared to global level and Asia Pacific regions. Basically, about 62.7% of SDGs are achieved on progress compared to 18% at the Asia Pacific and global level. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, this is the I mentioned earlier. Can you go to the next slides? Okay, on the further effort to the localizing SDGs, this is very specific actually. I think this is the practices that can be scaled up into other countries, especially when we collaborate with universities in accelerating the SDGs implementations through SDG centers in collaboration with local governments and key stakeholders. So basically, these SDG centers are monitoring and evaluations, doing monitoring and evaluations at the local level, at the province level, and then Bappenas also launched the network of the SDG centers across universities, so they can collaborate between universities with various networks as well, including the international partners. If we look at the problems that we face during the managing the partnerships for the SDGs, basically there are some period where this is not easy to convince everybody to be part of the SDGs programs. First, we have like very high enthusiasms among stakeholders. We call it honeymoon periods. But then when we try to implement, there is a problem with challenges, implementation challenges, such as coordinations, different in interest of institutions, and so the progress is quite slow and trust is tested. We call it rubber hits the road. This is where usually financing also have a problems. But once the mutual understanding grows between universities, between ministries, the progress is building up. There are quick wins, building momentums, data and resources are shared, and there are some joint decisions making. And in the end, performance that we got is that the system is established with the, one example is the planning system. And then we have the network with non-local governments. And then there is a strong engagement and stable relationships, and that's help us in delivering the effective and impact of the sustainable development. So I think this is basically our experience on how to localize SDGs in Indonesia. And I think we also gain a lot of tractions during the way, because if you look at the 17 goals of the SDGs, in the SDGs, they are really aligns with our priorities. So basically, those are the problems that we face. So it's easy to communicate to people how the SDGs was mainstream into development planning, because basically they are face the same problems. For example, in the issue of social protections, poverty reductions, and human security is basically in goal and 1 and 9. And those also our concerns. We also, in our long-term plans, setting the human capitals targets, vocational education and digital literacy. And this is also part of SDGs 2 and 11. There's some other area that are really connecting between SDGs and the local governance planning. So basically, these SDGs and local and government planning are working two ways. The first is that the SDGs influence or shape our medium-term plans, but at the same time, because we have like long-term plans, which need to be translated into medium-term plans, then we look at the problem and the long-term plans, and we look at how SDGs, 70 goal SDGs area, and then we can link those together. So we have like very good, collaborations between the SDGs and our medium-term plan. And I think that's one of the key where we feel the SDGs can be localized at the local level. I think the other good lessons, best lessons for us is that we try to also, as much as possible, to maintain the financing, and this is the hardest part of the SDGs because the investment for SDG is quite large, and it's impossible for the governments to government as standalone institutions to address these SDGs. So this is when we garner a lot of support from the non-state actors. So basically, non-state actors are really engaged with the governments when they know that their contributions are recognized by the governments, and it is part of government priorities. So the communications to non-state actors is quite important for this. And I think one of the big challenge now is on the issue of climate change, and we get a lot of attention from the non-state actors, especially business entity, because the way the non-state actor doing business in the group putting attention, and this is very for the government as well to mainstream those into non-state actors, especially this. Last but not this year, as the new implementation of medium-term plans, we are going to have some new approaches, especially on the monitoring and evaluations, especially at local governments. This is easier for us. It's part of our national planning system. So we would like to improve our monitoring and evaluations to look at the progress, and usually the local governments are very they put a lot of attention if we do some monitoring and evaluations. I think the challenge now is in the local levels. We at the national level feel that the pentahelix coordinations and collaborations running quite well. We have a close collaborations with non-state actors such as universities and private sectors, philanthropists as well. But at the local level, there's quite challenges, especially in a country like Indonesia, where most of the headquarters of the company are residing in Jakarta. So accessing the resources from the company or non-state actors are quite challenging at the local government. So I think this is most challenges that we have in the future if we want to localize SDGs at the local level. The communications and how to ensure the engagement of non-state actors at the local governments are quite important, especially looking at the capacity of local. This is something that we call paradox. Usually, those districts that require most of attention on the SDGs target are those with weak capability or capacity in engaging with other sectors. At the same time, they're actually the one who need the most. And this is some puzzle and our homework that we need to be done, how to really engage at the local level, especially if you talk about the districts and cities level. So with that, I would like to end my presentations. As a conclusions, I would like to say that probably, according to my observations, that the commitment to global level can be implemented even at the local level, even at the district level, down into village level, because we do have also now initiation of SDGs at the village level through the Ministry of Village. The key is how to communicate with them, how to share the visions, that the SDGs, even though this global commitment, actually also really sitting at the heart of people at the village level, because the problem that they have is actually outlined in 70 goals of the SDGs. I think those are the key my observations why the localization of the SDGs is quite, I will call it, successful in Indonesia. And then it is supported by the governments in terms of collecting data and monitoring and evaluations, and how to enforce this commitment into the formal planning system. So thank you for having me. I would like to, I'm happy to have any discussion further on after this presentation. Thank you so much.
Terima kasih banyak, Bapak. I think, thank you very much, Mr. Bajuri. We heard from him how Bapanas integrates the SDGs into local plans and local efforts, even down to the village level. And we heard some very good lessons that Bapanas has learned from the experiences so far, including that a lot of support is needed from state actors, especially from a financial point of view, in putting together or integrating the SDGs into local policy and planning efforts. We also heard, very interestingly, about how Indonesia, specifically the ministry, uses metadata to cull information down to the local regional level in order to better understand policy planning vis-a-vis SDGs, the indicators present and priorities explicated within the SDGs. If I may suggest, we move along quickly because we have quite a few speakers to go through, and hear out our next speakers first before we embark on the questions. So if you may join me to call upon our second speaker today, Mr. Lee Yung, to tell us about his experiences at the cities level.
Thank you, thank you. I think I should stand up. Can I invite you all to stand up also? Because I really don't want you all to go into food coma. Can you just humor me? Please stand up. Yeah, it's for your own good also. Except maybe the VIP table, the DSG and the counselor is okay. The rest of you, please stand up. Okay, now I got your attention. All of you can sit down again. Please, take a seat. Thank you. Please, thank you, thank you. Thank you for standing up to greet my airtime. I think it's good because I really do not want all of you to sleep, or rather myself also, sleep with my eyes open. I have one slide, just one slide, and I want to greet also my fellow panelists, Pak Bungas, who spoke earlier, my sister, Kak Maimuna, and also Mr. Marlow. Can I have my slides? I have only one slide, and this is the all-encompassing slide. Again, for those who do not know me, I'm Lee Yung. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm not a Korean, I'm a Singaporean. And I must apologize also for those who come here to actually hear out my Secretary General, or rather, not mine, but the Secretary General of United City Local Government Asia Pacific, Dr. Bernadia, to speak. I'm sorry to disappoint you. She is in Bangkok, so she has asked me to fly all the way from Singapore to appear in this important forum. I'm the strategic advisor to one of the projects called the ASEAN Governors and Mayors Forum. AGMF is one of the 82 ASEAN entities listed in Annex 2 of the ASEAN Charter. So it is something that we are very proud of, because under this project, we work with all the governors and mayors of the capital cities, the second-tier cities, and the smaller cities to bring about what you call the SDGs, the urban-to-urban planning, and in short, bringing ASEAN closer to the people. So that is basically our bread and butter. I just have one slide. I hope I can get your attention during the next 5-10 minutes. I agree with, I came in late this morning actually. When I came in, Councillor Ha was speaking from Vietnam in the first panel. And she made me laugh because I thought she took the words out of my mouth when we talk about ASEAN, planning. There are so many blueprints, so many roadmaps. It's true, ASEAN is now becoming very good at planning. We got roadmaps, we got blueprint, we got master plan, we got strategic plans, we got comprehensive partnership. So I think sometimes we have to hire another, we have to probably write another strategic plan on how to write strategic plan. You understand? This is like, there was one time, where I came from the Singapore government, which I started my career. There were so many forms to be filled. We had to hire somebody just to fill out the forms, just to apply for something with the Singapore government. So it is the same, the bureaucracy, the formalities. But the real question is, how do we make all these plans come true, come alive, to benefit people like you and me? So if you look at the slogan, people don't experience ASEAN in documents. We experience ASEAN every day actually in our daily life. The fact that I'm here with just a passport, without any visa from Singapore to Indonesia, is already thanks to ASEAN. So, in fact, Singapore passport can go to all the countries without visa. So that is one of the beautiful things about ASEAN. I think without ASEAN, if I go to Myanmar or Vietnam, I used to apply for visa to enter these countries. Now there's no need. So I think this is what ASEAN is at play, and this is something we don't hear about it every day. For some of us who have children, we bring them to school, we see a public clinic, we run into public transport, when we look at how waste is collected, we look at our parks and gardens are saved, the public parks. So this is all about what ASEAN is doing, actually, and especially under the mandate of the ASEAN Governors and Mayors Forum. So it is actually not just about plan or planning, it is how do we make the plan a reality. As you see the cartoon, the top of the picture. And we talk about how the journey started. I think in ASEAN cases, many of us know that the leaders, it is a very much top-down approach. True, because that is part of the culture, part of the tradition of ASEAN. We are very respectful. So, usually come from the president's signature or the leader's signature, and then bring it down to what we call reality implementation to make the people smile. I didn't come up with all this slogan. My son came up with all this slogan. I made him design this for me because he was watching the World Cup football. Nothing to do, and I told him, why don't you help me to design this? So he put together this program. I do not know whether he did it or he used ChatGPT to do it, but looks impressive. So I just thought I'd share the one slide with you. If you see this on ChatGPT, it's not me, it is my son. Please, I will give him a reprimand, let me know. But basically, this is what he did for me. My whole point here is every ASEAN vision begins with our leaders, typically, more or less. Yes, there were some cases it's more bottoms-up approach or ground-up approach. But more or less, I think this is where the ASEAN decision-making is top-down. 80% of the time, 85% of the time. Minister translate that into national strategy. We like to think that way. Government agency develop programs, but eventually the implementation happens in the cities and local government. And finally, our community, our society, our people either experience the benefit or they don't. So if we stop anywhere along the journey, what I meant by the smile, the people, at the end, it may not happen. Nobody will be smiling because the benefit doesn't disseminate down to the ground level. And that to me is what localization is all about. We were guided, all the panelists were guided by 3 questions when we planned for this discussion. What institutional arrangement actually worked, the question 1. Let me quickly respond to that. That is on the extreme right, or on your extreme left, I mean. What arrangement worked? In my experience, I think 4 things matters a lot. 1 is alignment, where we talk about national, regional, singing the same song, regional priorities, regional commitment being implemented at the local level, national level. Common indicators, SDG is one example, very good example. Because what is the benchmark of Singapore cannot be the benchmark of Indonesia because Singapore is so small. So this is where there should be a common indicator. Regardless the size of the country, regardless the people, the population. Regular dialogue. Alignment, I missed out one, integrated planning, I beg your pardon. Integrated planning meaning about whether it is a whole of committee approach or whole of government approach. Comes a common indicator and then regular dialogue. In other words, regional priorities cannot remain regional documents. They must be embedded into national development plan. And then you through your agency, through UCLG, like us, institution like us, we put them into local plans and budget, through your mayors, through your governors, and then implementation become sustainable. Question 2, ask about how can we mobilize resources, partnership and network. In ASEAN, we got this term, I was just joking with somebody just now. In ASEAN, we have this term called the OPM, other people's money. Like even this workshop, thanks to Japan, I look forward to the day where from OPM, we can have an OOM, our own money. So today I teach you 2 jargon, OPM and OOM. Maybe, we should implement certain projects using our own money so that what you call, at the very least, the ASEAN centrality spirit stays. But by and large, I think you understand where I'm coming from when we talk about mobilization of resources. Money is very important, but of course we also know that implementation requires more than funding. Require partnership, require government effort, require local government, your subnational government, private sector, universities, civil societies, development partners, so on and so forth. So there's no one single institution that can do all. And this means that when we talk about, say, the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we do need partnership because partnership can multiply. I bring in you, you bring in someone bring in another one, multiplier effect. Question 3, what role do city and government play, local government play? Well, I think I would respectfully suggest that these institutions are not simply delivery agents. They should be policy partners. They should be knowledge partners because these cities, these local government, these subnational government agencies are the one closest to the people. They know daily which traffic light is not operating, which area is flooded after a rain. So they are the closest to our cities. Some of you could well represent some of these institutions, and you know what I'm talking about. They understand local realities, they innovate, and they solve problems every day. So I think perhaps what is important is that they also provide regular feedback to the national government, depending on how the system is in that country. Like Singapore, where I'm from, our mayors and we don't have governors, sorry. We have mayors Our mayors are also member of parliament. So in that sense, everything at the ground level, the government know what is transpired, what needs to be done, what needed, what policy, what measures. I think for Indonesia, it's so big. You have your bupati, you have your mayor, you have your governor, so many ranks. So I think this is where whatever is relevant in Aceh may not be so in Jayapura. So yeah, so each country is different. But the whole point is this. We do need all this feedback to be conveyed to national government and back to ASEAN as a regional body. Because otherwise, ASEAN will never know what runs on the ground. Localization is not a one-way process. It's a two-way partnership. What ASEAN can do is to guide local action, and local experience help to improve what you call the ASEAN policies. Okay, so let me just conclude with, I have 4 minutes left. Let me just conclude with 3 simple messages. First, strong institutions are the bridge between commitment and delivery. Yeah, the success factor, second last line. Where am I? I lost my own handwriting. Second, no single actor can implement ASEAN alone. Partnership is essential. And 3, ASEAN can only be successful when our community succeed. This is why you always hear leaders or even the Secretary General of ASEAN say this: whatever ASEAN do, the people must benefit. Otherwise, look at Brexit, UK leaving EU. We do not want that to happen in Southeast Asia. I still got 3 minutes. I do not want to bore you anymore with any more slogan. But the fact that I think that is basically what I have to cover. And I thank you for your attention, for smiling, for looking at me, for taking photo of my slides. I'm very happy to share my intellectual property all the time. And whenever you take photo, it means you are listening to me. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yung. And thank you especially from me for livening up the room in the middle of the session this afternoon. I think I've known Yung for a very long time, and he lives up to the memories that I have of him, which is that he is good for a lot of things, but most of all, he's good for really catchy slogans. And the one that I liked very much today was that we don't just live ASEAN, we experience ASEAN in our daily lives. How true is that in all of our experience, not just in localizing or in understanding regional plans and translating them into local action, which is our topic for today. How true is that dictum for all of the things that we're trying to achieve in this endeavor that we call ASEAN? I would like to call on my third speaker so that we can sort of hear everybody through first. And I think that person is Datuk Sri Dr. Maimuna, if I'm not wrong. Is Datuk Sri ready?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Would you like
Okay,
to?
thank you so much. Yeah, I'm ready, yeah.
Cool. Okay, over to you, Dr. Maimuna.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ms. Sarah. Good afternoon to co-panelists and colleagues in the room, and also I wish to be together with Mr. Lee on the screen. Me? Okay. Today, the Malaysia of Kuala Lumpur, ED of. I'm also as the special envoy cities and the local governments, but actually as someone who has stood on the ground in City Hall, villages in kampongs, in low-income neighborhoods, trying to turn regional aspiration into a street-level reality, as what 2 of my colleagues has mentioned just now. So the ASCC strategic plan that we know 2026 to 2030 and the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 are a visionary document. And as the visionary document and as the panel asks, how do we move beyond policy? How do we move beyond the aspiration, the document, beyond ink on paper, to sustain a measurable implementation at the local level? So my focus today is on the critical role of cities, local government, and subnational network in that equation. I think I have a slide. I hope that the secretariat there can show the slide. Yes. And I think what is very, very important here, I think the two speakers also mentioned just now, we have enough policy, we have enough resolution, we have enough document. But what is now, I think, lacking is how can we implement all this policy, how this document. I'm very happy to hear from the Minister, Bapak Pungkas, and also my colleagues, Mr. Lee, that, that we already have done something on the ground, and then implementation and localizing the strategy. Either you can call it the SDG, ESG, or even the ASCC strategic plan. So what is important is that, to me, is the last mile actually is the local. Here, local is not only the local government, it's the people, it's the business, it's the politician, the leadership, and those are in the city, either in the intermediate city or even in the rural area. So I think this ASCC ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community pillars cover health, education, social welfare, environment, disaster resilience, and culture. They are not abstract national deliverables. They are life that play out in our city and also in our district. So the statistics shows that more than 50% of the ASEAN population already live in urban areas. By 2030, cities will generate over 60% of the ASEAN GDP. So yet cities are also where inequality, climate vulnerability, we talk about climate crisis, aging population, informal settlement concentrate. So if the ASCC planning, beyond planning, is to deliver practical benefit to communities, it must be localized. National ratification is necessary, but is insufficient. We need what I call the last mile localization, where ASEAN commitments are translated into a city bylaws, local action plan, budget lines, and community program. And from my time as a mayor of Kuala Lumpur and the former ED of UN Habitat, I learned that the national policy say inclusive public spaces, climate adaptation, meaning nothing to a resident until it showed up as a green connector, a wheelchair ramp, flood retention pond in their neighborhood. This is the promise of localization. So I'm very fortunate to have chaired the ASEAN Mayors Forum, AGMF, and also the meeting of governors and mayors of ASEAN Capital, MGMAX, 2025, hosted in Kuala Lumpur. So I think that is the AGMF 2025. They have the declaration. It's a very clear signal. Can you go to the next slide, please? So the ASEAN cities and the local government commit to aligning local development agenda with the Community Vision 2045, particularly on sustainable urbanization, climate resilience, social inclusion, and digital innovation. This is we committed at that time. Now committed is one thing, implementation is another thing. It is called for institutionalizing the AGMF as a standing city-to-city learning, peer review, and also direct input into ASEAN sectoral bodywork, especially ASCC and the Urbanization Strategy, or ASUS. So it urged AMS to embed city representative in National ASCC, working group, so local realities inform national reporting and also the M&E, monitoring and evaluation. So the AGMF Secretariat is now, next slide please, localizing ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and framework is a practical toolkit for cities to map ASEAN communities or ASEAN commitments to local plans, track must have the indicators and report, monitoring and reporting. This is exactly the bridge between regional aspiration and local execution that we need. So I would like to share with you 4 enablers in order to do this for sustained implementation at the local level. Not because that I was a former mayor of Penang and also Kuala Lumpur, I think this is the reality. One is that I would like to respond to the panel's guiding question with 4 concrete enablers. One, institutional linkage. Close the national gap between national and also the local loop. Next slide, please. So national ASCC, can you go into the next slide, please? I think this is very, very important that the national ASCC should formally include city and local government representation, either through the AGMF or MGMAC or through the ASEAN Smart Cities Network or via National Association of the Local Government. Like in Malaysia, we have Malaysian Association of Local Authorities, we call it MALA, or maybe ULAP in the Philippines or APEC in Indonesia. So from the Malaysia experience with the interministerial coordination for Kuala Lumpur structure plan, for example, demonstrate that the implementation is strengthened when local authorities are formally integrated into the governance mechanism where we help the bridge, the gap between federal policy and also on the ground delivery. First. Second, financing and resources mobilization. De-risk the local action. So you go to the next slide, please. So we must help cities access domestic and external funding. I think this is very important, like Green Bond, Resilient Fund, the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, and also development partner grants. So the ASCC strategic plan should explicitly encourage AMS to ring-fence portion of official development assistance OODA and the national budget for the city-led ASCC action, especially on social protection, public health, and climate adaptation. So from my experience in Kuala Lumpur with green infrastructure demonstrate that the value of blended financing and the public, private, and people partnership in supporting the urban resilient investment and similar financing also approaches could be adapted across ASEAN, provided that enabling policy framework and local government are in place. I'll go to the third one. Multi-stakeholders collaboration. I think my colleagues, Mr. Lee, the triple helix, which I used to say that the 4 P's, people, I think this is very, very important. Cities, the government, ESO, and Delhi. AGMF and MGMAX demonstrate how city, university, NGO, business coalition can co-design services from age-friendly public spaces to youth mental health hub and directly advance the ASCC platform should be recognized that city are practice. Enabler. That I always mention leadership top bottom. We need bottom up and we need the convergence of ideas. I think this is very where we incorporate city level indicators and feedback mechanism. What I did in Penang and even in is the gender participatory budgeting, participatory plan, and to also to community. So I think applies regionally, measured locally, it is not implemented meaningfully. So whatever policies that is at the national level, regional level, or even global level, it must be implemented locally is in order to be measured meaningfully. In closing, to conclude that ASCC strategic plan will succeed not only in meeting rooms alone, but in the street. Can you go to the next slide, please? In the street of Bandung, barangays of Metro Manila. Next, please. The wards of Bangkok, the communes of Phnom Penh, the town of Yangon, Hanoi, Jakarta, and yes, neighborhood of Kuala Lumpur. Next, please. So my ask to this panel is that ASEAN member states, one ask is that mandate local government participation in ASCC National Coordination Mechanism. Can you go to the next slide, please? Support the AGMF Secretariat Localization Framework and roll it out in pilot cities across all the 11 AMS. Recognize cities as a co-implementers, not just beneficiaries, as a partner of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. As I always said, a city is not just building and road, it is the people. Cities are for the people and people are for the cities. I think this is very important so that the ASCC strategic plan resource with the proper capacities and is how we can make ASEAN 2045 vision tangible for those people today. So thank you so much, Sarah. I'm really looking forward to the discussion. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maimuna. For the very lively presentation. I've learned and I heard a lot of important gems from what you had shared in the very good use of the timing that you had also. I think what struck me the most, other than the very beautiful slides from Dr. Maimuna, I could never keep up, is also the ask that Dr. Maimuna is presenting to the other side of the room, perhaps, that was represented this morning, the government officials and the government persons and policy holders who make through or make real the plans that we make, the plans of regional plans that we make as ASEAN, whether it be the strategic vision or the community work or the sectoral body work plans, how to make this real by incorporating the voices and imbuing the voices and the thoughts and opinions of our local and regional policy holders. That's, I think, something that we need to sort of think about in greater detail as we move and look ahead into the future of ASEAN. Let's get back to that thought in the last part of this session, and let us hear very quickly from our next speaker. And we move to our friends in Philippines now. I have been told that the speaker that I announced earlier is being represented by somebody else. And I want to ask you to please welcome please welcome Ms. Crystal Bhagat Singh from the Department of Tourism, Culture and Arts of Manila, who will speak instead of Vice Mayor Atienza. Are you there, Ms. Crystal? While we wait for Ms. Crystal to get online or to turn on her camera, is there something that our AV folks can help us with the sound? I don't know about you there, but here it's very muffled. It's good for you there, or maybe it's just a me problem. And I have to listen to everybody online. The sound from the online is muffled, maybe because it's on stage, but it's okay. Miss Crystal, are you there? Should we move on to the next speaker first? Yeah? Okay. I've gotten a nod from Marina. So we will move on to the last speaker first, and maybe we'll come back to Ms. Crystal after this. The last speaker for this session, or what was supposed to be the last speaker, is Mr. Mario Iringen. Mr. Mario, if you are ready, can you turn on
Yes,
your
good
mic?
afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, our distinguished moderator, Sarah, and my fellow panelists. Colleagues from the ASEAN member states, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all. Allow me first to thank the government of Indonesia for convening us at this time. Although I am joining from Manila, I assure you the Philippines is present in its spirit and its commitment to this important conversation. I do not have any PowerPoint presentation, but I'll just share our experience here in Manila or in the Philippines, based on the notes that I have with me. The Philippines fully supports the ASCC strategic plan, as it likewise reflects our integrated measures in achieving sustainable growth in member states and the region as a whole. It is aligned with the 2030 development agenda, which also advances our sustainability agenda anchored on the sustainable development goals. But as the theme of this panel discussion rightly puts it, the real test is planning. The challenge before us is how these goals and objectives are translated into concrete actions on the ground while responding to the demands and needs of our people, particularly on the emerging and intervening development that defines our ASEAN life, such as technological and digital advancements, rapid urbanization, hazards and disasters, and we have a lot of that in the Philippines, ongoing geopolitical tensions, and climate shocks, among others. At this point, allow me to share with you 5 points on how the Philippines has been mainstreaming ASCC strat plan into our national and local plans and framework. First, the ASCC goals and objectives are embedded in the Philippine Development Plan. As the country's overall blueprint for development, the PDP, or Philippine Development Plan, is deeply focused on economic and social transformation. Our overall goal is to further invigorate job creation and accelerate poverty reduction by steering the economy on a high growth path and, more importantly, sustaining the economic transformation towards a prosperous, inclusive, and resilient society. By economic and social transformation, we mean transforming the social sector into high-trust society with proactive, smart, and innovative people. We envision an economic sector that is competitive and globally connected, and one that provides opportunities for all through innovation and entrepreneurship. We seek institutions that are responsive and capable of delivering services that are trustworthy. And we pursue a sustainable development where resources are utilized to optimum levels without compromising a balanced and helpful ecology for present and future generations. The government as a whole is guided by the issuance of President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. to consistently adopt and align the Philippine Development Plan 2023 to 2028 and to align its budgets and department or corporate programs with the strategies and activities identified in the plan. The outcomes and implementation of PDP targets are, in turn, regularly reported and monitored by national oversight government agencies. Lastly, in other words, is tied directly to budgets and to accountability. Second, since the PDP guides national budget planning and appropriations, the integration of the SDGs into the PDP is essential. Actions taken to achieve the SDGs are viewed as complementary, if not concurrent, with the implementation of the Philippine Development Plan. All SDG indicators were considered in the preparation of the Philippine Development Indicators and Targets. The PDP and the SDG targets are localized and cascaded to the local levels through the integration in our local plans. And we have a lot of local governments from the provinces, the cities, municipalities, down to our barangays. Our local governments are guided to take action on their responsibilities under the PDP and the SDGs. This is our strategy to broaden grassroots level participation and to catalyze the development and implementation of SDG-related programs and projects at all levels. In this light, we still recognize that continuous effort is needed to deepen the awareness and consciousness of our local governments, their critical role in attaining the SDGs and, by extension, the ASCC vision. Third, in support of a rationalized local planning system, our department advocated the integration of sectoral and thematic concerns, such as social protection, nutrition, disaster risk reduction, and climate change adaptation into the local planning process. Our local governments integrate national priorities in strategic trusts that reflect ASCC goals and objectives in their respective local development and land use plans. Using the mainstreaming framework that we prescribe through our values issuances, these concerns are embedded in local planning structure and process, in existing local government units databases, and in related planning documents and authority levers, such as investment programs, capacity development agenda, and legislative requirements. On disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in particular, because we are located in the Pacific Ring of Fire, we are visited by not less than 20 strong typhoons yearly, not to mention the earthquakes and the volcanic eruptions that we experience. Our mainstreaming process ensures that the risks and vulnerabilities of communities are accurately identified and addressed through responsive local plans and targeted programs and projects towards attainment of resilience. Fourth, the Philippine government acknowledges that the private sector is an important partner in attaining our development objective of inclusive growth. The implementation of a private-public partnership is one of the government's solutions in accelerating infrastructure development and sustaining economic growth. Beyond this, multi-stakeholder participation and transparency are at the core of our advocacy for open government and good governance. ASCC initiatives can be further advanced by engaging government, the civil society organizations, our local communities, the development partners, the academy, and other stakeholders. Such participation also increases public awareness of ASEAN regional cooperation and stability. We recognize that participatory governance is essential to the effective delivery of responsive local programs and services. Our mainstream efforts, therefore, promote inclusive and participatory processes by underscoring the active involvement of stakeholders within localities at key stages of local development planning and program project implementation. Our department supports and assists our local governments in enabling greater multi-stakeholder participation by setting standards and safeguards for participation of civil society organizations, our community associations, the private sector, in our local special bodies. We have that in our local governments, and other avenues and platforms to share. Fifth, and more important to us in the DILG, for improved and sustainable governance, we recognize the exemplary performance of local government units through various performance and audit assessments. Our department has institutionalized performance metrics and recognition-based programs to honor excellence in local governance and to encourage more local governments to join this stride of good governance and local excellence. Finally, all these efforts are reported by the Philippine government using national indicators that correspond to the SDG indicators that can also be attributed to the ASCC strategic measures and key actions. In this way, planning, implementation, and reporting form one continuous cycle of accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, all the things that I've mentioned for the past 8 to 9 minutes are only a sort of repetition of what were mentioned by our fellow panelists, just stated differently. But to our mind, in the Philippines, and we agree with all what was said, it takes a full of nation approach, a full of government approach to achieve all of the things that we want to achieve for our ASEAN member states. We need to harmonize and align all our efforts. Vertical and horizontal integration, the different programs are very important. But most importantly, in the Philippines, we do provide differentiated capacity development interventions and support to our local government units, considering that they have different peculiarities, they have different challenges, and they have different opportunities. I end this sharing at this time, and we look forward to the discussions later on. Thank you and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for also keeping your presentation to a very comprehensive and succinct time, actually. We heard from Mr. Iringan about the importance of private-public partnership and how multi-stakeholder engagement is one of the key learning points from Philippines' experience in imbuing the strategic, the goals and visions, the regional goals and visions that are inherent in the ASCC strategic plan into a local context or a national, a more local context, sorry. I am losing and tripping over my words because we only have one more speaker left, and I thank you very much for being such attentive audience. I have been told that Miss Crystal, who was supposed to speak earlier, has also been replaced. The new speaker this afternoon is Miss Maria Corazon Tamayo. Ms. Maria is also from the Department of Tourism, Culture and the Arts of Manila. And I wonder if Ms. Maria is online. Let's try that again. I wonder if Ms. Maria is online. And it's like the magic word, abracadabra, and she appears. No dice? Maybe they're just not feeling us today in the Department of Tourism. ASAC, tell me what to do before I lose my audience. Quick. Shall we end the speaking slots today? My boss Marina will tell me. Okay, maybe if you're able to get the last speaker on halfway through while we talk through the discussions or presentations today, we can hear from her and we let ASEC sort of figure that out. But let's move us along very quickly to the rest of our program or agenda for today. I wanted to sort of open the floor to questions, both the floor online and here physically also. But perhaps other than the summaries that I tried to sort of give for each of the presenters today, I also had some reflections that I was hoping could start us off on our sort of conversation today. I remember when I was in my postgraduate class, and it must have been so many years, more than 10, 15 years ago already now, in the 2010s, I want to say, we used to always talk about and use this word glocal. I understand now from younger people that glocal is so out of mode and it's almost seen like a bad word or a taboo word. But we used to, in the postgraduate classroom, always talk about and use this word glocal, making things that are global and fitting it into a local context. I thought at that time that it was the most amazing acronym or sort of synthesized word ever. But now thinking about it, yeah, it is kind of embarrassingly out of mode. But the idea, I think, behind the concept of going global, as they say, is really apt in thinking about what we heard today. The inherent objective of what we're trying to do is, yes, we have all of these plans and priorities and objectives that our leaders, and as Jung says, it is our visionaries who make these plans for us. But then what happens to these plans? It's not the leaders and these visionaries who would put this plan into action. It is you and I that is translating all these big ideas, and now in this instance today, our regional ideas into local action and local plans. And I would dare even say that the experiences that we heard from many of our member state countries today are quite similar. Yeah, everybody goes through the same angst. Everybody talks about the lack of financial support that they need, or even the state support that they need to put through local actions or local plans. Everybody talks about wanting a seat at the table. These reflections and these experiences are not new, and they are the same in many rooms that we talk about in ASEAN. Whether it's about regionalizing, localizing plans, or whether it's about making more sustainable goals, the conversations and the angst and the challenges are very, very similar. So what is it that we can do different for our future? Because what we've been doing for the past couple of months as we look into our new strategic vision is looking into the future of ASEAN. What can we do different? What can we take away from what we've learned from our lessons before? And in that, looking into the details of all of our regional plans, i.e. looking at the local level of the minutiae of implementing our plans, the thought that struck me is, how are we thinking about technology and emerging technologies and the future needs of our societies and communities vis-a-vis technology when we are localizing all of our regional endeavors or plans or hopes and dreams? Because we cannot run away from the fact that technology has become such a huge part of our existence as a community, whatever your definitions of technology might be, whether it's AI or whether it's automating systems, reducing paperwork, how is technology a part of us in our thinking about our future? And I want to leave you with that thought while I open the floor to questions, maybe from online, if there are any, ASAC. I've been told that I will be informed if there is a question online. Or if not, any from the floor first. Oh, so many. How wonderful. Perhaps the table at the back. Yung Yung is asking, are you sure you have a question? Please make the question for Yung Yung, because he's raring to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. My name is Wika. Actually, I'm talking on behalf of Ms. Sawalak Tongkwai. She is the chair of the ASEAN Disability Forum, because having a sore throat, so I will speak on behalf of her. Thank you very much for the informative session. We would like to ask about how will ASEAN and its member states ensure the universal design becomes a mandatory element toward the planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation in a city's infrastructure and public service, rather than remaining an optional consideration. Can we note that we also would like to address how the ASEAN ensure a meaningful participation of persons with disabilities through the organization of persons with disabilities that consistent with the CRPD Article 4.3 and the principle of nothing about us without us. Thank you very much.
I'm really sorry, ma'am, but I am confident it's not just me, because Yung Yung is older than me, and he cannot hear too. So we really cannot hear from up here. But what I got from the bits that you mentioned was that how can we ensure that the policies that we make are more sustainable? Is that right? And how are we including persons with disabilities in our planning and our policy making? The first part of the question.
Yeah, the first part is how ASEAN and its member states ensure the universal design in cities, infrastructure, and public services, instead of just an optional consideration. And the second question, how ASEAN ensure the participation of organization of persons with disabilities pursuant to the CRPD, Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, with the tagline, "Nothing us without us." Thank you so much.
Right. So the second question was about persons with disabilities and imbuing the needs of the CR that are dictated in the CRPD in our new ASEAN vision. But the first question was about the universal design of cities and how we're looking at that in the infrastructure and public services that we are putting together, right? Right. Great. Wonderful. Any of our panelists want to take that question? Yung? Okay, Yung is telling me the mayors and the governors have to answer that question. Perhaps Dr. Sri Dr. Maimuna, would you like to take that question?
Thank you so much, Sarah, for passing me that question. I try to share my experience. For example, in Malaysia, when you talk about your universal design, it is a must. We have a bylaw. So all development, either by private sector or by the government, they have to go through this the universal design bylaw. Otherwise, your plan or your project won't be approved by the local government. And when we talk about the planning of cities or even the planning of a public space, public transport and all that, it is a must in Malaysia because we believe, and we say, leaving no one and no place behind and inclusive. I think this is very, very important for all the ASEAN cities to have this universal design act or by law. I think, and then is in order to get everyone involved. And when we talk about the public participation just now, it's not only the able, it's also, we believe that if the city can be accessible by the disabled, that is a really, really inclusive city. So and my experience when I was a former ED or UN Habitat, there are many cities at the national level in the ASEAN and also the non-ASEAN countries. They have this universal design. But the only thing is that I think this is where the governance come in. Is where the leadership and the governance come in. Yes, we have the law, but do we implement the law? Do we make it a mandatory to this? So I think this is where the competency, accountability, transparency of the implementation of whatever that we have in the daily life. Thank you so much, Sarah. I pass back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sri. Yeah, I think the other representative on our forum who is a mayor would have been the representative from Philippines. But essentially, I think the Dr. Maimuna's answer sort of touches upon the need for at least in the Malaysian experience, to apply the universal dialogue to ensure that the plans that you make in city building are inclusive. But more important than that, she raises a very important question of how can we ensure that our governance and our governments and our leadership puts in place these plans and these rules that have been set up to ensure inclusivity in our city planning. And that's a thought that for all of us to think about in all the different domains of work that we are embarking on at, really. There was another question from that same table, or was it the same representative just having someone else speak?
No.
Yeah.
This is Ms. Sawalak Tongkoi. I am talking on behalf of her.
Okay.
No, not yet again. Thank you.
Okay. So just that one question. We have Ambassador Paspon, and then after that, the lady in the middle, if you may. Ambassador Paspon, miss, please.
I'll come closer to you so that you can hear me.
Okay, I thank you very much for all the panelists. It has been eye-opening, especially information. We know that with the structure on translating the plan to the locals, to the people, it's just like a pyramid. So we can see a clear structure vertically. But may I ask, maybe any panelist who would like to answer, is there a systematic structure horizontally that will connect these people to have a space to be able to share their experiences or even their thinking, especially the governance or the translated plan that comes to the local communities and the people. This is just my curiosity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Paspon. I don't know if everybody online heard the question, but it's Ambassador Paspon was interested to understand how in the structures that we make that to translate our plans, to her mind, they look like a pyramid. How then can we ensure that there is horizontal connections being built to connect communities and people to these plans and thinking and visions that we're making? What are the horizontal structures for these? Would Yung Yung like to answer that question? I feel like that's something you could answer.
Sarah, can I come in?
Yes, you can. We go by salary. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, you go first, Mr.
No,
you go first.
we go by salary. Please go ahead.
Yeah, no. Hey, you are Singapore, you know. You are Sing dollar IRM.
Don't bring in the Singapore Malaysia thing. Come, okay, come. After you, after
Okay.
you. I wanted to say something, but go ahead. You're the mayor after all.
Yeah, okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. What I would like to share is that the experience in many countries, and I would like to share experience in Malaysia that we have the national, of course we have all the ministry of finance, Ministry of Environment, and all that. But all their plans is be putting into the national. When you talk about the development, national spatial plan. This national spatial plan will link to the budget, and we have the 5-year budget. Then that national spatial plan and national economic plan, when we talk about the vertical and the horizontal integration, then we have the structure plan. The structure plan should, for the 13 states in Malaysia, must align with the national spatial plan. Then we have the local plan. We have 153 local government in Malaysia. The local plan must also align with the structure plan, and which structure plan align with the national spatial plan. And at the local plan, we have also have a local action area plan, meaning that it's certain area. So I think and at the local government, we also have a yearly budget. So that's where we can meet the vertical integration, meeting the horizontal integration. But at this process of preparing the structure plan, local plan, and local action plan, they always is mandatory for public engagement, for people to go through, to do the public engagement, to give their feedback, whether they like it or not, hear them. It's a mandatory, and we have plan is prepared. We put back to the people whether they agree to the amended plan after we listen to them. So there is a space at every level of the plan preparation up to the execution of the project, where when the project is submitted, we will refer to the neighboring lots, asking them for communities, asking them for feedback. So we can see that it's very structured, so a systematic way of the process of public community engagement. Thank you. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maimuna. I understand that Yusek Marlo would like to respond to the question also, or is it respond to the first question? Perhaps we hear from Yusek Marlo first, and then I will pass it on to Yung Yung.
Yes, Sarah, thank you. Actually, during the first question, there was a point raised about social inclusion, particularly what we are doing for our persons with disabilities. I just would like to share the information that one of our landmark laws, no, Republic Act 7160, there's a provision in there that local government units need to create their local special bodies. And our local development councils, for example, there's a requirement that there should be sectoral representatives, no, sitting in the council, not only coming from the government. And there are local governments in the Philippines where the persons with the disability sectors are properly represented, no, to work on and promote the welfare of persons with disabilities. Also, we have Republic Act 7277 or the Magna Carta law for persons with disabilities. This law provides, for example, a 20% discount for PWGs, no, movie theaters, restaurants, and particularly when they buy medicines. That's one. Also, they receive social pension from the government, and there's a provision that they are priority in any line or in a queue. For example, when they buy something, there's an express lane for our persons with disabilities. And more importantly, we have the accessibility law passed and or enacted by our Congress, which requires buildings, to be more PWD friendly. We require them to have ramps, rails, so that our PWDs will have an easier time engaging or traveling to these structures or using these structures. Thank you.
So Yusek was actually responding to the second part of the first question about making sure our plans are more inclusive, our city planning are more inclusive for persons with disabilities. And I think he was giving...
Problem doing vertical, but sometimes horizontal.
Recording in progress.
Sorry? Okay, it's recorded. Then I have to be very careful with what I say. Horizontal part is always a challenge. This is where I think things like the media, the focus group discussion, everything that cut across plays a big part, Ambassador. And especially when, again, Singapore, everybody speaks English. So there's no misunderstanding. Whatever policy from the top is English, everybody understands. Something as big as Myanmar or Indonesia, you need to translate into even more tribal languages, dialects. That could be even more challenging, I feel. And this is where I think maybe a good thing is really let's do the vertical coherent well first. At the same time, try to cultivate the horizontal coherent. So that's my very sensible answer to your very good question, Ambassador. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Yung. Sensible. That's I haven't heard that in a long time. Still, he meant logical. Okay, I want to move on quickly to, there was actually another question from the lady, the beautiful smiley lady in blue. Please go ahead.
Yeah. I'm Awal from Indonesia. So again, questions for you as a Singaporean native. Yes, Singapore is city-state countries, right? And then when we talk about how you guys do governance in town council, you touch upon that theme earlier. And then may I ask on what is your approach in multi-year budgeting so that we can make like ASCC strategic plans more adaptable and also make sure that it's sustainably funded at the local levels across ASEAN states. I want to know more on that perspective. Thank you so much.
Well, I really don't have the answer to your question. In fact, I'm not even in a privy position to know about how much the budget is. But as taxpayer, the other side of the equation, our monthly, or rather my monthly conservation and service charges, we call it conservation and service charges, CSC. I pay about 80 Sing dollar every month, 80 Singapore dollar every month to make sure my rubbish is clean, My corridor outside my flat is swept. My elevator is working. When we park, car park, the gantry is working. So on and so forth. Every day there's people to come and clean up my waste, municipal waste. So these are the things that I can share my experience. I really do not know how much is it. I probably can do some Google research and share with you. But every month as a consumer, my household, or rather I pay about $80 Sing. So you can add it up. One HDB block, Singapore Housing Development block, you have about 200 over families. And then Singapore got about 6 million people today. Not all stay in the flats, but roughly, I think that's the budget. I wish I can be more helpful, but basically, I think just want to give you a sense of, in terms of dollars and cents. Thank you. By the way, Sarah is also Singaporean. Don't just shoot me, just shoot her also. Thank you.
Having said that, I didn't even know that you paid $80 a month. That, to me, sounds like a very large sum. It's $80 a month? Yeah. Wow. I'm not a good representative of Singapore's plans if that is a surprise to me. I didn't know that Conservancy charges are $80 a month. I haven't been living in Singapore for a very long time to know these details. But having said that, also, if you add up the sums, Yung is right. If it's just one block of flats, that's a lot of money just to make sure that the living space is livable. But okay, we have a question from someone online. What is the approach? The question is, what is the approach for multi-year budgeting for ASCC to be more adaptable and sustainably funded? I do not know who can answer this question except for maybe Hannah and DSG, actually. This seems like a policymaker's question. A question for one of us in government working out the budgeting, or somebody from ASAC, actually, to be honest, because it is a question about budgeting. What is the approach for multi-year budgeting for ASCC to be more adaptable and sustainably funded? I wonder if Madam Duke would want to take that question. Because I heard parts of it from her presentation this morning about sustainable budgeting, which I think is a very relevant question, especially as we are at the cusp of making plans for the future. Can we have a mic for Madam Duke, maybe? There, behind you.
I don't think I'm the very appropriate one to answer this, but from the national perspective. The main reason I shared with some of the colleagues during the lunch, for us to develop the master plan 161 as recommended, we presented in the morning, it is a suggestion not only for myself. I did not think of that, but from our Department of Finance in my ministry. So the main reason is that when she was invited to attend some of the ASCC meetings and join with us in the midterm review, not the midterm review, the midterm review of the ASCC, what we call by that time, the ASCC Blueprint 2015. So in 2013, we did the midterm review for that. And when she attended, she see that the coordinating one for the ASCC from my ministry is a very real burden. Because we need to coordinate, we need to push on the ministry to implement. But no fund for that. So she suggested in order to make it sustainable, in order to get the funding from the government, we need to make it master plan. It means that adopted by the Prime Minister, and it will be institutionalized into the work of different ministries that are tasked, not like something that if we want to do or not. And provinces also, because provinces, they have their own budget. For some of the poor, they are compensated by the government. But some of the rich provinces, they can pay by themselves for many of the activities. Social welfare, social pension for the person with disability, average by that time is only around $20. But some provinces, they are rich enough, they can pay 30. So it depending very much for the commitment. So if we want to do that, we need to involve the state and provincial authority into the process. ASEAN cannot pay, because you know that for ASEAN regional workshop, for one workshop, for this workshop it may cost more than 100,000, I'm sure. But for the no other workshop, there's only 40 participants, it may cost $40,000. We cannot cover everything. ASEAN so ambitious. We prepared some of the action plan of the declaration on the promotion of the social protection for people. More than 80 action lines. It means 100 of the projects. You can see how much it costs for one action plan. So at the regional level, you can only limit at some reporting, sharing of activity, regional workshops, some of the report, comparing the system of the ASEAN member state. But in order to implement it, institutionalize it, localize it, you need to have the commitment at the local levels. Yeah? They have the money, they have their system, and they are the one who deal directly with our citizens. So I think that the way we work, not thinking of ASEAN as like a breastfeeding one. We need to work from our side to make sure everything is cost effectiveness. And to sustain it, we need to integrate it into our priorities and implement it voluntarily by the provinces and by the local people. So I think that's the way it gets the funding. Of course, for ASEAN, we have many stakeholders, many partners to come to donate, but we cannot think that they will last for forever. ASEAN, when we are upholding to a new position, higher position, maybe we don't have so much donor, but we need to work from our side. So, looking at from the financial issue, I need to thank my former staff for the suggestion, because we don't have too much at present to do for only the ASCC activity, but we have combined the internal resources with some of the part for communication, for guidance, for some of the sharing of the experiences, review and midterm report. So I have talked to DSG, maybe Vietnam is a good example for institutionalized of all of this. We counted in our interim review, 3,400 action line has been done by different provinces. Calculation and relate to the priorities of ASEAN. And it's not because we have money. The local, they have their money. The ministry, they have their own money allocated by the state budget, and they do it following ASEAN objective. Yeah, so I think that may be the way to come with the sustainable funding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Duke. I am very heartened by the very concise explanation that you've given. I think you've hit all the nails on the head. I'm also very mindful of the fact that actually in his presentation earlier, Yung had spoken a little bit about this, and it's the very same thought that I've always had when I was working on ASEAN, working in and on ASEAN matters, that we do need to think about creating more sustainable flows of funding. I think for the past 10 years, or 15 years since the charter or whatever, we have been very reliant, especially in the ASCC pillar, on partner funding. While we are very grateful, and we are we're very grateful, and we use this partner funding as prudently as we can to advance our diplomatic interests and our cooperation interests. ASEAN does need to think about, and whoever had asked this question, I think is a very timely question. ASEAN does need to think about our future and how we can be more financially self-reliant, how we can sort of have our own reserves of sources of funding so that the plans that we put in place are truly ours, that we own them, that we are truly responsible for them, and that they come from the needs that reflect our community and our community's interests. I see a hand that was raised, but I also want to ask if you want to say anything or not. If you don't, okay.
Yeah, just a quick one. I seek the audience indulgence for me to make this intervention. I thought Councillor Ha has given me a very good supplementary thoughts. Last year, I spent almost 6 months in Osaka, in Japan, because we were there for the World Expo. So when we talk about 6 months, actually it's more than 6 months because preparatory work needs us to be there earlier. I'm trying to answer this question from the fact that Councillor Ha talked about ownership. It is indeed, no matter how much money we have, I think what counts at the end is ownership. Just like Japan. Many of you realize Japan is so clean because the people there take the ownership to make sure there's no rubbish on the roads. Singapore is clean, but we have a lot of rubbish bin. Let's make it easier for people to dump rubbish. But Japan, you hardly see any because the Japanese population, Japanese community take the ownership to make sure the roads are clean. This is, I think, why I think it's so important, the word ownership. Every year you can have a lot of budget, hire cleaners, hire road sweepers. But if the people don't take ownership, your roads continue to be dirty. I think this is, that actually triggered my thought. And this is why I think when we talk about ASCC, especially environment sustainability, that plays a big part. Just wanted to add that point. Thank you to Councillor Ha for triggering my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yung and Madam Duke for the responses. There was a question from a gentleman in the middle of the room.
Thank you. Thank you for the title, gentleman. Very few nowadays. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jerome from the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. Inspired by yesterday's visit to the AHA Center and our very own ASEAN clearinghouse mechanism for biodiversity and our biodiversity dashboard, and of course the sharing from our distinguished panel members, both in person and online. I was chatting with Yusek Rosemary earlier. We were trying to count how many local government units do we have in ASEAN in total. We are more aware of the Philippines. We have several thousands of cities and municipalities, 42,000 something village governance units. So I don't know what the total is in ASEAN, but it seems like a lot of plans to be monitored, to be seen, whether they all align with the ASCC and how they all contribute. I think my question may cross over to monitoring and evaluation, but perhaps this question should be asked, do we have an existing system or program that will help us monitor and analyze the thousands of national, subnational, and local plans and budgets, as I'm hearing, and I believe also that there are money out there, and how these are being implemented, used, and see how they all contribute to the ASCC and other plans, including the new ASEAN Strategic Plan on the Environment, the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan, and other related plans. With thousands of plans existing, maybe do we use machine learning, AI, blockchain, all these fancy technologies that are at our fingertips, especially I think in a very techy country like Singapore? Is there something that's already in place? And if not, is this something that is part of our strategic enabling mechanism for the ASCC strategic plan and other important plans in ASEAN? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It's an important question for which I do not have the answer. I suspect DSG does, but I will not throw it at him. But it's essentially a question about how, or rather, I think ADR might have the answer. What is the monitoring and evaluation that is in place to monitor the budget use of systems and programs at local levels in implementing our ASCC regional aspirations? I don't know if that's a question even that ASEC can answer, because if we're looking at what you're trying to say is that how then are the regional plans cascaded down, which is what we discussed in the morning, into national agenda, and then how is that further cascaded down at the local levels, and how is budget being spread out across this vertical nexus? I don't know if anybody in this room or if anybody on the panel actually has the answer to that. I don't do work at the local level in terms of budget, but I wonder if one of our panelists does. Perhaps Bapa, our representative from Bapanas. Yep. Pak Pungkas, do you think you could answer that question? At least from Indonesia's perspective.
Yes, yeah. Yes, actually that's one of the things that you know we are facing. That there's so many ministries, so many stakeholders involved in the SDGs, and basically the plannings and how the financing is going, and that is not easy. One of the solutions we are offering is to use the system. We are here in Bappenas, for example, are using information systems to track all the planning and monitor and 18 ministries, districts, 38 provinces. So we don't have any system that can monitor to track all the progresses. We also have obligations to relate the planning. No, actually.
Pak Bungkas, your voice is coming in and out. Is it your
Thanks as
connection
well.
or is it ours?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's better now, but we didn't get all the parts of what you said earlier.
No, I don't think so. Oh, okay. Right. So basically, we using senses of system monitoring and evaluation using system informations to track the planning, and we have like more than 500 districts, 38 provinces. So it's huge programs to monitor. So basically, using the monitoring and evaluation systems, we can track all the progress, but we also introduce the system, and again, but it's not as easy as well. If I may, I just want to respond on the horizontal equity. Is there a systematic horizontal share value on the SDGs? If you look at the national level, we have several steps of planning. We have a national plannings. We at the national level, we also formulate the regional planning. Regional planning is not provincial planning; it's a regional planning. Basically, it's a group of provinces and a group of districts that bound together in one national level. We have that system. I think that's connect. And then second, we have some mechanisms for transfer of fiscal transfers. From central government to local governments, but we are looking at the fiscal capacity and based on the capacity. Hopefully, by having the systems, we can spread the development more equally between this district and provinces based on their needs, but also whether they have a capacity of doing it with their own fiscal capacity. In Indonesia, we have a problems on the fiscal capacity at the development actually occur at the provincial and district level, but sometimes they have a problem with the capacity of financing because of artisanal systems. So in this case, our planning, our role at center level is how to transfer the funds based on their need and based on their fiscal capacity. Hopefully, by those two measures, we can have more answers to planning and connection between provinces as well. We also spread the best practices among provinces regularly every year and encourage the at the national level to scale up at the national level all of the good practices that happens in a specific district. So
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Pungkas. I'm really sorry, but we couldn't hear very much of what you said, and I've been told that the problem is us. It's not you. So I think one of the ASEAN Secretariat staff has asked for a written explanation of your response, and we will make sure that the gentleman who asked the question, we will get your response to him, because we really couldn't make out very much of what you said, and I understand that there were some very important things that you had mentioned, especially in response to also Ambassador Paspon's question earlier about the horizontal connections we need to make in our policy making for city planning. There was another question that appeared for Dato Sri Maimuna earlier. Dr. Maimuna, are you there? And can ASEC flash the question? Okay, so the question for Dato Maimuna was, how important are laws, acts, regulations, and policies in implementing a direction in Malaysia specifically? And is it important for think tanks to have expertise, skills, and empathy in enacting or establishing a law? For Dr. Maimuna? Establishing bylaws, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. Well, what I mentioned just now about the universal design bylaw is already there. You know, it's already enacted, it's already implemented anyway in Malaysia. Second question, that how important is the law? Yes, I think that is where the implementation of any policies and any guideline, I think that we need to be governed by this governance, certain acts, certain regulation. And otherwise, I think that is where we can be to steer the policy to be implemented either at the national level or regional level or at the local level. I think that is very, very important. And say how important is the think tank? Definitely. I mentioned just now that we should have in the city, we should have a leadership with the political will to agree. Second, you must have the capacity. The capacity here is also the think tank, the expertise, the talents, and also capacity here is the technology, the tools. and all the new smart cities and smart innovation. I think the capacity of the city, we include also academician. That is the think tank is very, very important. That's why the city should collaborate together with the institution, with the university, with the colleges, or even with the any institution where there is a thought leaders can contribute to the livelihood of the people in any cities. And the third must have, there is a funding. Without the governance is also a problem. So the funding should be together with the governance. So I'm very happy to see that this question been asked, because I totally agreed with the importance of law. That's why I mentioned about just now the KT, competency, accountability, transparency, efficient and effectiveness of doing things. Thank you so much. Sarah, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Maimuna.
Thank you, Dr. Sri.
Thank you, Dr. Maimuna. The person who asked the question owned up too. Wonderful. Was there, I'm looking, I'm checking the time, and I have been known to be a wonderful moderator, because I have been known to end things earlier, because in anticipation of the next exciting thing, which is coffee break. Jen is looking at me expectantly. But I want to ask if there were any, what is that, Jen? I cannot hear you. But I want to ask if there were any other last questions from the floor. Oh, there's one at the corner. Yes, please, sir, please go ahead. Can we have him? Can we have a mic for him?
Hi, not exactly a question, maybe a comment. Yeah, I'm So Min Tan from representing the Task Force on ASEAN Migrant Workers, also a fellow Singaporean. My interest is in the how migrant workers are factored into this, at the local level planning, because within ASEAN itself, according to 2024 figures from the ILO, we have about 11 million migrant workers or migrants living within ASEAN, and about 7 million are intra-ASEAN, so our own ASEAN citizens. So I was just wondering, how much does that factor into a lot of the plannings? And we know that probably in the major cities, especially in the developed, or receiving or destination countries, you would have more sort of influx of migrant workers. So for example, in Singapore, we have a lot of Malaysians that come over to work, and then they do daily commute. So, there is definitely a lot of traffic that goes in and out also. And of course, from there, some of them would also live within the city itself. So I was just wondering from that aspect.
Thank you very much. I'm waiting for Marina's response. Okay, I thank you very much, Dr. Jerome, for the question. And to make my job easier, I've been told that Yusek Marlow would like to answer the question. Yusek, are you there? Can you hear us? Please go ahead.
Yes, Ms. Sarah. I think there was a question raised a while ago pertaining to the tracking of the plans that we require our local government units, and the implementation of the projects that are embedded in the plans. Did I get that right? Because I just would like to share that a few years back, the DILG, our department, in coordination with the then National Economic Development Authority, came up with the provincial results contribution of our local government units, particularly the provinces, in the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. But now, I do believe that it is our Philippine Statistics Authority which came up with the system called SDG-WAS to determine the accomplishment, the development level of the Sustainable Development Goals. Also, the department, together with DBM and the climate change, our climate change commission came up with climate expenditure tagging, climate change expenditure tagging to determine how much our local government units are put for to make them more resilient and more adaptive to hazards and disasters. We also have the children budget expenditure tagging to determine again how much investment our local government units are putting into the welfare and development of their children. What we do in the department, the compliance of our local government units, in the development of the different plans, as mandated by different rules and regulations and policies, particularly the 20% development fund, the disaster risk reduction management fund. That is what we are doing, and we do that through a system of incentives that we call Seal of Good Local Governance. The SGLG covers 10 governance areas, and one of them, for example, is financial administration, looking into how well our local government units are spending the money for the felt needs of their constituents. The proxy indicator for the accomplishment of those in the plans is the budget utilization. So we look at the budget utilization or expenditures of the local governments insofar as those funds are concerned. So that is the closest thing to how we monitor our plans and implementing the programs and projects that are embedded in the plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek. I hope you heard that. Again, like I said, the acoustics are terrible, and I got some of what Yusek was saying, but I think the answer was mostly for Dr. Jerome, the other Singaporean in the room. And that's a lesson for you. Singaporeans are great at camouflaging. You wouldn't know that we are amongst you. Today, I'm camouflaging as a Filipino. I passed, right, Hannah? Thank you very much. It's 3:29, and I understand that there is one last person who wishes to speak. The most important person in the room other than DSG is ADR, who would like to speak, or Jen, is it, about how ASEAN conducts monitoring at a regional level. In response to an earlier question, I think, that was asked. Go ahead. He needs a mic.
Good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Sarah, for giving the floor to me. Our Wickman discussed already in the morning regarding the integration from the strategic plan into local, national level. So the question is, what kind of the platform to monitor this integration from regional to national and also local level? Based on the Blueprint 2025, remember we have ASEAN Secretariat has a platform for monitoring the progress of the ASCC initiative per sector. Under ASCC, remember we have 15 sectoral body, right? So 15 sectoral body play a key role to develop their sectoral work plan. So the sectoral work plan based on inclusive participative approach from the community level as well. So for the monitoring called ADMI system to monitor the sectoral work plan. So the system also track the progress and follow-up actions of the national level, including socio-cultural indicator. So from the Blueprint 2025 and now strategic plan implementation, we also developed the ADMI system 2.0 result framework. So as you can see, we already have a key performance indicators already there as well. So the budget utilization is not part of our monitoring. This is part of the
ask for a favor from my panelist speakers for today to just tell us if you have any last words or anything that you want to, any reflections, last reflections for the day before I take away the mic from you. and forever silence you. But I wanted to go around the room or the panel to ask if maybe if we start with Yusek Marlo first, if you are ready, if you had any last words that you wanted to leave us with before we wrap up. Yusek, please.
Yes, thank you very much, and we're happy that we joined this session to share what we are doing in the Philippines in order to promote and push sustainable development goals and the framework of the ASCC strategic plan. As I mentioned a while ago, our local government is particularly for us in the Department of Interior and Local Government, because we are the ones supervising our local governments. And as mentioned a while ago, we have a lot of local governments in the country, 82 provinces, 149 cities, 1,492 municipalities, and 42,000 cities, countries. They are key to the attainment of the ASCC strategic plan. And what we are doing is to further empower them so that they will have more capability to contribute to the attainment of all these plans that we are doing. Rest assured that one of these is that local government innovations and solutions government academy, which is the training arm of the department, came up with the local government innovations and solutions fund. And we also came up with the resource finder, where the capacity development needs of our LGUs are embedded or are contained, and we link them to other options to help our local governments, considering that there are funds. So we link them to like-minded and right-minded local governments, which are also willing to help them develop their performance. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you very much, Yusek. Bapak Pungkas, are you ready?
Yes, I hope you can hear me now.
Thank you.
Yes, okay. Yes, I think this is very important for us to translate the global commitment into local commitment up to local actions, because basically what are we planning at the national level will be benefiting those who are at grassroots level. So whatever our plan is, how good our plan is, in the end, it is the community who will get the benefit for it. So it's very important to make sure that the local community we plan, and we share the visions from the central, the province, up to the local level. And our role as a government is actually not only also providing fund and providing activities, but I think more importantly is to facilitate the stakeholders to involve in these SDGs programs, and to create an enable environments for be able to work together at the local level. So in this case, in Indonesia, we are engaging the business communities, philanthropists, NGO, and local partners, as well as international partners. And most importantly, we are now currently working with the universities. So in the end, it is up to us how to implement the programs. But I think the most important one is how to make sure that all plannings are actually felt by the community. And in this case, for the SDGs, I think we have on the right track, because the problem that outlines in the SDGs is actually the problem at the community. So we are really now understands how the social, economic, and environments are a real problem in the community. And in the end, it is up to the governments, especially in Indonesia case, to facilitate all the pledge that we have at the
cannot hear you, state to mandate local government participation in the ASCC national coordination mechanism, and support the AGMF secretariat localization framework, and roll out pilot cities across all the 11 ASEAN member states, and also recognize cities as the co-implementers, not just beneficiaries of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, and also let us turn ASCC policy or strategy to action, and action to positive impact on the ground through vertical and horizontal integration, and we have to act now. Thank you. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maimuna. And last but not least, to take us all the way home or to coffee break, Lee Yung, please.
Thank you. Colleagues, I just wanted to introduce two more persons to you beside me. I got two colleagues who are from UCLG, they are here. Ridwan, can you just stand up and let people see who you are? Ridwan and Zati, these are my colleagues from the United City Local Government, Asia Pacific. So any question you have, shoot them. They have just found out for me actually that, just to answer Mr. Jerome's question from ACB, is that there are easily about 10,000 cities and municipal cities in Southeast Asia. But whether that translates to be local government, that means one city, one local government, we do not know. But we can safely say that about 10,000 cities and municipalities that is in Southeast Asia handling all this, working for the people. So in that sense, this is a very big unit, this is a very big number. Why I wanted to say it, because this can be a game changer in terms of being influential in bringing policies to the ground. So that's one. And two, the UCLG, the ASEAN Governors and Mayors Forum every year in their declaration has always expressed the desire for a local government unit to be set up in the ASEAN Secretariat. But we do not know whether that will come true. But in short, the whole idea is to bring actually the policy down to the level so that people can hear directly, working with the LGs of all the 11 countries. And three, as you can hear, sometimes today's session once again proved that it's better to meet face to face, even though we have the wisdom from our colleagues in KL, in Manila. Sometimes technical glitches can hinder communication. So I just wanted to say thank you for inviting me to this forum. It's my first time here. Very nice to meet all of you. I hope it will not be my last. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yung. I am intending or told to pass the time on to the MC, who will tell us what to do next.
Thank you, distinguished moderator, and sincere appreciation to all panelists. The discussion has strongly reminded us that planning must be matched with institution, resources, partnership, and sustained follow-through. But before we go back, I would like to invite the panelists and the moderator to stand to the center of the stage in front of the coffee table to take a photo session. And please, to the panelists who are joining online, stand ready because we will take the photo through screenshot. And may I invite the photographers to go to the front. For the first pose, formal pose, in 3, 2, 1. And next, for the ASEAN Way for the people, for the panelists and moderator who joining offline. In 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. Please give a big warm round of applause towards our panelists and moderator today. And may I invite the moderator and panelists to go back to the seats. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, because there's a slight adjustment to today's program, let me conclude today's regional forum to a close. On behalf of the organizers, we extend our sincere appreciation to all speakers, moderators, delegates, partners, and participants for your active participation and valuable contributions. Tomorrow, the forum will continue with the plenary session on the mainstreaming framework for the ASCC strategic plan, followed by the breakout session and the final closing session. But before you leave, I would like to remind and invite all of you to enjoy coffee, tea, and light refreshment that are available at the South and North foyer of the Nusantara Hall. And don't forget to visit ASCC Strategic Plan exhibition at the lobby in this building. We wish everyone a pleasant evening and look forward to welcoming you all for tomorrow morning, second regional forum on the ASCC Strategic Plan. Thank you and have a nice day.